we pray that you would be with our military as they fight for our freedom, those who have given their all and those who continue to suffer and fight. And Lord, we pray that you would also be with the drivers and the families, keep them safe, protect them. And Lord, we thank you for your Son who came into this world so that we could have life and have it more abundantly. In your name we pray, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome national recording artist and winner of season 13 of American Idol, Caleb Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Perfect weather, sold out crowd, an awesome day for the final race of this season. And it is a pleasure now to turn things over to not just two champions upstairs in the booth, but the leader of our group. Couple of classy guys.
Absolutely.
And we always have a bet as to which one of them will have the classiest attire. And so let me just say, y'all win this week. Alan Bestwick, Dale Jarrett, and Andy Petrie. Mwah.
Probably actually had these suits even clean this week. For the big day, Nicole. All right, thanks. An honor and a pleasure to be here with you on Championship Sunday in NASCAR. What a beautiful stage for this race, and what a race it should be based on what we've seen all season long and in this chase so far. What kind of action do you expect we'll encounter this afternoon?
Well, the action's going to be kind of divvied up into sections, I believe, especially for these four drivers battling for this championship. You can't really take a chance early in this race to go where your car's going to go the fastest, and that's up around the wall. You cannot put yourself and your team in that position of making a slight mistake. It's hot. It's going to be slick out here. You want to have a car to race with whenever it comes time at the end of 267 laps. So these drivers are going to be a little conservative, I believe, the first half of this race. When the sun goes down, the speeds are going to pick up, the pressure is going to pick up. You want a car and a driver ready to make his mark at that particular time to win a championship.
What a perfect racetrack, too, for a championship race, because this is a fast track, mile and a half, but you can see the guys fighting the wheel. You'll see the cars out of control, and that fast lane being right up next to the wall, they're doing it while they're trying to get 2 inches from it. It's going to be really fun to watch, and I think that you're right, Dale. They're going to have to save a little bit for the end. These championship contenders are going to have to just hedge their bets so they have a car that's capable of getting them where they need to be at the end of this one.
Sunset 5:33 local time. First half of the race in the bright Florida sunshine. Second half of the race after dark under the lights. Now, based on what we've seen throughout this chase and on the last lap at Phoenix last week with a championship at stake today, what might we see on the final laps of this one?
Well, I think you're going to see something very similar to what Ryan Newman was able to do last week. He was really kind of out of it. No way you think he's going to be able to pass Kyle Larson and get that 1 point he needed. But just his sheer will, he tried a couple of different things, but he willed that car to get past that 42. I think you're going to see the want to in these drivers. You're going to see, we heard them say how much they want it. We'll see how much they want it when it comes down to it.
You mentioned we're at a perfect track. perfect track for something like this to be 2 or 3 wide as we come off of turn 4, and who's going to want it the most as we get down to time to crown our champion. These drivers are willing to do whatever it's going to take to hold that trophy at the end of the day, and it's no holds barred. I think everybody expects that.
Now, you've both been in this position before, coming to the final race of the season, trying to claim a championship. As we watch these guys buckle in and get ready to fire the engines, as we watch the crew chiefs walk around the car with that final look around, what are they going through right now?
They're trying their very best as you see them smiling and carrying on a little bit, trying to deflect this pressure. It is a huge amount of pressure, more than you've ever felt in your life. And as I talk to these drivers this week, with this format being the first time ever, they're under more pressure than they've ever experienced.
Yeah, nobody's having to protect a point lead. There's no math involved in this, so the pressure really wasn't that great leading up to it. The pressure for these teams is going to happen right now in front of everyone. We're going to see when they make those pit stops how much it counts. We're going to see when these drivers make moves that is going to make a difference in their whole season. So I think you're going to see something different. I've never experienced anything like what they're going to go through here, and we're going to be able to watch it together.
Been a fun season, been a fun chase so far, and I expect it's going to be a fun championship deciding race. Who holds the big trophy at the end of 400 miles? We find out when the engines fire in South Florida next.
Ford EcoBoost 400 at Miami is brought to you by your next truck, Ford F-150. Sprint, introducing the Sprint Family Share Pack. It's the best value in wireless nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And GoDaddy. Build your business online for $1 a month at GoDaddy.com.
A spectacular 82-degree afternoon in South Florida at the Homestead Miami Speedway, where the Ford EcoBoost 400 is about to get underway, the final race of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season for 2014. Talked a lot about the championship. Let's show you the starting lineup for today's race with Jeff Gordon on pole position, looking to close out his season in upset fashion.
Yeah, I think it would be a statement, but what a great story for our sport that's so different than the others. We talk about a playoff system. We've got everybody else involved that could be a factor in how this championship plays out here today.
Yeah, you can see a lot of hungry drivers that are in this lineup that haven't won this year, looking for that first win.
Jimmy Johnson, a lot of folks thought he had a race-winning capable car this morning down in the garage area. Dale Earnhardt Jr., his final race with crew chief Steve Letarte today.
And Marcus Ambrose there making his final start in the Sprint Cup Series.
Ryan Newman deep in the field to start with. He said he got half of them in qualifying. He's got to get the other half in the race. Like the attitude. And the rest of the 43 starters in today's Ford EcoBoost 400. Well, they've been having the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series season finale here since 2002. We've seen some real classics since the chase started being settled here beginning in 2004. Expect we're in for another classic one here today. Let's go trackside for the command to start engines.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome your Grand Marshal, Executive Vice President, and President of the America's Ford Motor Company, Joe Hendricks.
Okay, NASCAR fans, let's say it together. Drivers, start your engines!
All right, get fired up. Fired up when ready, man. I'm fired up.
Fans have been filing in here since early this morning, filling the grandstands at Homestead Miami Speedway. They want to see how this is going to turn out as well. And now we're a moment away from the beginning of the 400-mile journey that'll decide this year's championship. Our ESPN in-race reporter today, one of the quartet of title contenders, Denny Hamlin, looking for redemption in South Florida and a big old shiny trophy to take home when this day is done. Race 10 in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup, the Ford EcoBoost 400, ready to begin at the Homestead Miami Speedway in South Florida. The engines are fired, the drivers sitting on pit road. The command is about to be given for them to roll out onto the racetrack to begin the parade and pace laps before the green flag. I know past performance is not an indication of future results, but Denny Hamlin's got a pretty darn good record here at Homestead Miami Speedway, winner of 2 of the last 5 here. And a win today would get him the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship if he can make it 3 for 6. Denny, our ESPN in-race reporter on the day. And as they get ready to roll off, let's dial them up.
Hey, Denny, Dale Jarrett, the ESPN. You have a copy?
10-4.
Hey, Denny, really appreciate you talking with us here before this thing gets started. I know you've been saying all week that there's really not that much pressure because it's kind of a bonus you're in this position. But can you kind of give us your thoughts and feelings as you get ready to try to win this championship today?
I'm really as confident as I've ever been in any one race. Team has given me a great car. You know, we haven't been the fastest car all year, no doubt about it, but this team's got a lot of heart. We showed that last week, battling through that adversity, and I just believe it's our day.
Hey, Denny, we just showed the graphics. You've won 2 of these last 5. Do you really feel in your heart that it's going to take a win probably here today to be the champion at the end of tonight?
Yeah, more than likely. You're not going to be able to coast your way to a championship this time around. It's what NASCAR wanted. It is 4 guys shoot it out for a win and a championship, and that's what they're going to get today.
Dean, again, thanks for talking with us. Congratulations on being here. Good luck in your quest for that championship today.
10-4.
Denny Hamlin getting ready to go from the 8th position on the grid. You see Joey Logano right there next to him. Joey starting in 9th spot. Kevin Harvick up in 5th and Ryan Newman back in 21st. And again, the rules, just by way of refresher, the highest finisher of those 4 drivers today is your champion. It's that simple.
Yes, no bonus points involved, nothing else. All you've got to do is figure out where those other 3 are. And at the end of the day, when they're throwing this checkered flag, you just have to be in front of them.
Don't need a calculator. You don't need anything.
Before they send the cars out onto the racetrack, we checked out on pit road. Here's Jamie.
Rodney Childers, crew chief for Kevin Harvick. Rodney, what's going through your mind right now as you start the day with the bright sunshine, knowing this is going to end under the lights?
Yeah, I mean, just thankful to be here and thankful to be here with all these guys. You know, it's been an excellent year for us. Everybody's done a really good job, and you know, it comes down to one race, and we just got to go out there and execute and do our best. And whether it's good or bad, we're going to walk out of here with our heads high and just appreciate the effort that everybody's done all year.
What's the key to finishing this race up front?
Well, I think, like you said, you got to keep up with the racetrack a little bit. It's probably going to free up as it goes into the night, so we'll have to keep tightening it up a little bit as we go, but hopefully we got enough adjustment built in.
Special year for these guys, and you should see all the guests here in their pit box, Alan.
All right, Jamie, Kevin Harvick rolling along with the other competitors. Kevin starting in 5th position and pursuing his first championship. The unique thing about today, whoever does win the title, it'll be their first NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship. No one has dominated that role, champion, more in recent years than that man, Jimmy Johnson, winner of 6 of the last 8. Didn't work out for him this year, but no one knows better what these drivers are going through right now as they prepare to go out onto the racetrack. And Jimmy's agreed to talk with us as ESPN in-race reporter, part 2.
Hey, Jimmy, Dale Jarrett, you good to talk?
Got you, buddy.
Jimmy, really appreciate you taking this time. As we thought about this and talking about these championship contenders here, we thought it would be nothing better than to get a 6-time champion's perspective on what it takes to run this race here today and what these drivers have to do to perform at such a high level and win this trophy.
Yeah, I appreciate it, buddy. I wish that I was in that championship battle today, but I can tell you these guys are all stressed out. Doesn't matter if you're going over the wall, calling the shots, or driving the race car. Today is a tough day, but whoever wins it is going to have earned it, worked real hard to get there. So everybody's going to enjoy the racing. Just want to say thank you to all the fans for tuning in all year long. Thank you, ESPN, for all that you've done for our great sport. We're going to miss you guys, and hopefully we can go get that small trophy in victory lane this afternoon.
Yeah, I know you're going to try to do that. Hey, Jimmy, if you were doing this, do you have to give that wall a little bit of room looking to later in the race today?
Yeah, it just depends. I know when I've been out here racing for championships, I didn't want to get too close to the wall. Today might be a good day to kind of learn and run up there and see if I can stay disciplined with it. It's definitely going to be faster, I think, during the sunlight hours. As the sun starts to set, I'm not really sure where we'll run then.
All right, Jimmy, thanks for everything. Appreciate you talking, and thanks for all you've done over our years at ESPN and winning those championships and bringing great racing to us.
Got it, buddy. Everybody have fun.
Yeah, leave it to Jimmy Johnson. You see his helmet right here. He basically has 2 of these visors. One's a clear and one's a smoke visor for the changing conditions that we're going to have today. It's actually like a sun visor over it.
Yeah, pretty neat.
Yeah, it is.
Certainly one of the things the drivers will face. You'll get to see some of that sun glare into the sunset from our high-definition onboard cameras. Riding with all 4 of the championship contenders, naturally. Kevin Harvick has our Outback on board, and Denny Hamlin has the Toyota camera. Tony Stewart carrying a Mobil 1 on board. Clint Boyer has the 5-hour energy camera. Championship contender Joey Logano with the Pennzoil on board, and title hopeful Ryan Newman has the Quicken Loans camera. Eric Almirola has the Smithfield on board, and the previously pictured Jimmy Johnson has our Sunoco on board today. As you can imagine, the radio traffic's flying as these drivers get out onto the racetrack.
Hey, Joey, show us what you got today. Great job, the whole team down there, Todd. Looking for a championship here. 5 wins. Just cap it off today, and smooth, safe. And we'll be there at the end. Good luck.
4. Thank you, sir. It's been a heck of an opportunity so far. Trying to end this thing on a good note.
The captain, Roger Penske. who could make a third 2014 Racing Division Championship if Joey Logano is able to win today. Roger and all of his folks out just to the turn 4 side of our broadcast booth today. Denny Hamlin's radio traffic buzzing a little bit also.
Just like we talked about all week, it's all about execution and moving forward today. We got nothing to lose. The worst we can be is fourth. Best we can do is bring home a big piece of shiny silver. So let's go out there and get it done, boys. Have some fun. Good luck.
Darian Grubb, crew chief, knows what it takes. Champion here with Tony Stewart back in 2011 in that epic fight with Tony and Carl Edwards.
Had to win that night. Pretty much Denny Hamlin said that's what you're going to have to do tonight if you want to win the championship.
What a spectacular sight this Homestead Miami Speedway is. On a beautiful Florida day, as you look down from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. What a sight. So Kevin Harvick, the highest qualified of the championship drivers, starting in 5th.
All right, guys, one to go here. Last one of the year. Appreciate the effort all year. Let's have some fun today. Just another race, same thing we've been doing all year. Nice and smooth all day.
Rodney Childers, the soothing voice in the ear of Kevin Harvick.
Trying to sell everybody on that, but it's not just another race, and they all know that, but you do have to try to keep them calm. I guess, Andy, that's a crew chief job out there.
Yeah, you're actually trying to keep yourself calm by saying it. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Brian Scott's team had an engine failure during practice. He goes to the back of the line. Paul Menard and Marcos Ambrose have to give up their starting spots for unapproved adjustments after the car was put on the grid. So all 3 of them starting at the tail of the field. 1.5 mile track, 400-mile race, 267 laps is the scheduled distance. And again, sunset 5:33 Eastern time, 2 hours from now. The final third of the race or so, depending how many cautions we get early, will be run under the lights after sunset. Jeff Gordon, the pole sitter, has chosen the outside lane. The final race win of the season and a championship on the line in the Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead, Miami. We're underway. Little slip by Brad Keselowski off turn 4, drops him a couple of spots. It's Gordon leading, Kurt Busch and Matt Kenseth for 2nd. You ride with Kevin Harvick, who's 4th.
Harvick would really like to get himself in a situation where he's not looking at 2 cars side by side right in front of him. He wants to be able to get in a safe place and ride right now.
Kurt Busch struggling on the bottom side of the racetrack, so Harvick drives by him into 3rd place. Casey Kane, Ryan Newman, that's for 17th and 18th.
I don't expect to see Ryan Newman and this team do anything different than they've done this entire year. That's kind of feel the race out, kind of let things come to them, use a little strategy to get themselves involved when it really comes time.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with that team all weekend, and that's what their whole deal is, that we're not doing anything different. You know, we may have to win this race, and we haven't done it all year, but we're not going to change what we're doing today because what we've done has got us to this point.
To 2nd place goes Kevin Harvick. And what he's done all year is lead a lot of laps and have a fast race car.
No question that he was going to have a fast car when we got here. It seems like every week he is the standard for speed. You know, their only negative to this team has been able to execute and to finish off some really good, strong runs where they have led the most laps.
And there's no urgency for Harvick to go up and get the lead right here. No bonus points involved for leading any laps, most laps, or anything like that for these 4 championship contenders.
Jimmy Johnson on the move down low. Talked about him having a very strong car from the race trim practices on Saturday. Jimmy by Kyle Busch and picking up the 10th spot. Joey Logano just in front of him, running in 9th. Now all race long you'll see that third line of data. It'll tell you where the 4 championship contenders are running in relationship to them. So if you get up to go to the refrigerator and you come back and your favorite is one of those 4, you'll have the picture right away.
I think we're seeing where Kevin Harvick is right there right now. See Denny Hamlin a little closer, although he's still giving it plenty of respect.
I saw Joey Logano up really close to that wall, though. And we saw everybody racing all over the racetrack for those first 5-6 laps. Now it's starting to migrate all the way to the top because that's where the speed's going to be when these tires start wearing.
I don't know why the thought was hanging in my head, but if you get up to go to the refrigerator for a snack, bring me something. This race is going to run through dinner time.
It is going to do that.
Yep.
Clint Bowyer's had a good car here all weekend. Probably the best that I've seen this 15 car be. He would certainly like to cap this season with a win.
Been a long dry spell. Long dry spell for Clint Bowyer. Last win for the 15 was in October of 2012. Couple of years now for Kansas Clint. And there's something too, you hear drivers say it over and over again. Jeff Gordon even said it this weekend. There's something to winning that last race of the year. It might be the most overlooked victory of the whole season because the focus is on the championship stage. And unless you win the race and the championship, nobody remembers who won. But there's something about carrying that winner's swag for the next 3 months till you get to Daytona.
It lasts so much longer. When you win that last race, you've got all winners. For the next guy to win one. And so you do carry that momentum, in my opinion, by winning that last race, even if it's overshadowed by somebody else winning the championship.
Joey Logano just picked up a spot, passing Martin Truex Jr. for 8th place. And trying to move closer to the front. Jeff Gordon leads, Kevin Harvick running second. And we're just underway here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Caution out, debris on the racetrack. Everybody on pit road, Jamie.
Kevin Harvick moved up 3 positions already, said it's a little bit tight. They're going to make a track bar adjustment and 4 tires. Doc?
Denny Hamlin tightened him a little bit more, free off. He said, tighten me up a little bit, 4 tires. Dave.
Joey Logano said it was a little snug taking off, but it got better. Still could be freer track bar, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Vince.
Ryan Newman a little snug in, loose off, 4 tires, no changes.
And you see the strategy play by Kurt Busch's team, as well as Tony Stewart's, to pick up a lot of track position. Thought we might see more of that on the first set of pit stops with only 10 laps of green flag racing. Now the yellow flag is out for a cable that is hanging out from the catch fence and comes back behind the catch fence and goes over toward the grandstand. Not sure what the cable's for, but we'll figure that out. You see some of the technicians down there working on that now. So first yellow flag in this one, and Kurt Busch will take over the race lead once the 32 car cycles through to pit road. Blake Cook, Florida West Palm Beach driver, we see in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, running the Sprint Cup race here at his hometown track, and they've stayed out and taken the lead under the caution flag. Ford EcoBoost 400 under its first yellow. Check out NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy for enhanced race action live from Homestead Miami Speedway today. All the chat rooms and live leaderboards and more you'll find there. So Blake Cook dropping down to the inside of the racetrack. He'll go to the back of the pack, not wanting to be in front of the field, the guys that were racing for the lead. Nice move by he and his team. So Kurt Busch chooses the outside lane, and he'll have Jeff Gordon to his inside on the double up.
Very interesting to see how this 41 handles on 2 tires. This racetrack is really hot and slick, and I know it wasn't a lot of laps there, but man, you need all the grip you can get.
It'll be a good experiment for his teammate Kevin Harvick to see how it might work.
Somebody's got to try it.
Yeah, we'll see. It seemed to work decent with just about 10 laps on the tires yesterday in the Nationwide race. Seemed like the tires held up pretty decent to be able to do that.
I thought we might see a lot more of it, like I said, with only the 10, 11 laps of green flag racing on it. Pace cars off. Our green flag restart is presented by Diet Mountain Dew. What a run for Kevin Harvick through 1 and 2.
Boy, that was strong. He just drove all the way around Jeff Gordon and gone.
Yeah, that just let anybody know that a late race restart, he may be tough to handle.
Denny Hamlin on Kurt Busch to pick up 3rd place. Hamlin in the 11 through, his teammate Matt Kenseth in the 20 tried to follow. Remember that 41 car changed just the right side tires on the pit stop. Joey Logano looking on Kurt Busch to see if he can find a spot while Jeff Gordon hunts and sniffs a little bit to the low side of Kevin Harvick.
Logano was able to slide up in front of Kurt Busch off the exit of turn 2.
So Joey up to 6th place. Hamlin 3rd, Harvick leading, Newman 16th.
Watching Newman there, he ran in on some guys that he was maybe trying to pass, but Kyle Larson being one of those, and Casey Kane really had to get out of the throttle.
Gordon looking low.
I'll tell you, this 24 car has been so strong all year. It's just, you know, they have to look back at just that one point that kept them out of a chance to win a championship by winning here. Have a car that looks like it's capable of winning this race.
really has been a fantastic year for Jeff Gordon and this team. I mean, just performed at such a high level each and every week, and I'm sure if they could, you can blame it a lot of things. Obviously he was in a great position to win at Texas and move on until had a late race caution, and then things that happened from that point. But if you want to look at just one thing, not changing those left side tires first there may have cost them that opportunity. But there's so many decisions that go into an entire year.
Yeah, he had 2 second-place finishes in that last round, still didn't make it. He's had actually 6 top 2 finishes in the last 10 races. That just shows you how strong this car's been.
Jeff says the outcome at Phoenix, where he finished second and then got the word that he was out, hit him really hard. Said they felt like they did everything right, still didn't make it, and he said even if he wins here, that's only going to make it hurt even more, because they know that that win here could have meant that 5th championship. And now, as I talked with his crew chief Alan Gustafson here yesterday, he said, now we got to start all over again. We've wiped the slate clean, we go back in February, and we know how hard it is just to get into the chase, let alone to get in position to win the championship in the chase. And now you got to start the process from scratch in February.
Yeah, this season took a lot out of a lot of teams. It was so much intensity. You could feel it in the garage every time you went down there through the entire 10-race chase.
And they certainly, when Gordon and Gustafson tell you we have had a championship-level performance this season, those numbers say, yeah, you did.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And as you talk about, as they look forward to next year, as they came into this year not knowing exactly how all of this would play out and what you would have to do and the things you would experience, the amount of pressure that would be there to perform, now they know, and they know just how difficult it's going to be to go through each level and get yourself in a position to win a championship, be a part of that 4 here next year.
After sniffing low under Harvick for a few laps, Gordon has fallen a couple of car lengths off. Big run by Logano off turn number 2. Trying to catch Matt Kenseth for 4th place. And Joey is through. I know it's early, but this is kind of how I thought this championship deciding race might play out. 3 of the 4 running in the top 4 spots in the race. You might have to win the race to win the championship. Right now, Kevin Harvick is winning the race, but we're not even 50 miles into this one in South Florida. the trophy that's at hand before this large crowd of South Florida race fans and the 4 drivers who are competing for it within the field of 43 today in the Ford EcoBoost 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway on a sunny 81-degree November afternoon. Here's where they're running. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 13th. Harvick losing the lead to Jeff Gordon just a moment ago. And we'll show you how right here.
Yeah, pretty plain and simple. Spoke earlier about these 4 drivers not taking the chance here early in this race. See Harvick staying in the middle of the track. Gordon had moved up and made a couple of big runs. Harvick saw that was happening. Gave that spot up right now.
Yeah, a good example of that risk reward as these tires wear. You can see the difference in speed right there of that high line that Gordon's taking.
But when you see all the scuff marks on the wall in the corner,
that's the risk part.
That's a good illustration of the risk.
Yeah, and then when Kevin Harvick, when it comes time, and Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman, if that's where they need to be towards the end of this race, they will be right there getting all that they can.
So big gap opened up by the 24 on the 4 after taking the lead, and there's Harvick moving up a little bit. Jamie, update on the 4?
And usually we see the 4 as a rim rider. He likes to run up at the wall, but as crew chief told me in the test and in practice here, when they would move up there, they just didn't have the speed. Now Rodney also thought that was Kevin just being conservative, so he wasn't getting all out of his car, being delicate with that car, because if you flat side that right side, it's going to take away your speed. Right now, he's a little loose. Doc?
And behind him is the 11 car, Denny Hamlin, talking about a redemption year after what happened in 2010. But this is what they had on the radio just a moment ago. Listen in.
It's not bad. Do have some smoke coming from the oil tank door.
Well, they're not very concerned about that because typically what they've told me happens. Sometimes you get a little oil on the outside of the tank when you're filling things, and that when it heats up, it'll burn off, but there's no other issues. All the gauges are good, other than the fact that he's a little bit free on exit right now. Hamlin just biding his time. They burn.
Doc, you know the value of a good night's sleep. Well, Todd Gordon, the crew chief, says he got it last night because he scheduled one more meeting with his crew after practice yesterday. Driver Joey Logano, after introductions riding around with me, said he slept like a log. When he finally fell to sleep, they've woken up the race car with an adjustment. He's passing cars after being tied earlier. Alan?
Okay, thanks. So Gordon with a 2.5-second lead over Harvick, Hamlin, and Logano, who run 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Ryan Newman has moved up to 12th spot. Others moving up and dropping back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is up to 5th. Matt Kenseth has slipped back to 6th in this run after the restart. With Brad Keselowski, Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer, and now Casey Kane into the top 10. Casey moving up into that top 10 group.
Yeah, a couple of drivers that we talked about that took 2 tires were Kurt Busch and Tony Stewart. Kurt Busch obviously had restarted from 1st there. He's back to 14th now. Tony Stewart restarted 8th, and he's all the way back to 29th.
So, not too good.
Just don't see it happening with these cars. The horsepower that they have, especially, it may be something that could possibly work better tonight whenever the track has a little bit more grip, I believe.
Now, from what I've seen, though, it's only 10 laps on the tires in doing that. That's the best possible scenario to make it work, and it's not working.
Yeah, maybe just the 2-tire stop's not the only problem on that 41. Doc, you got a story there?
Exactly, Alan. Kurt Busch's radioed a moment ago said, I got a fairly significant vibration, guys. I think it's a transmission problem. I may need a bungee cord on the next stop to hold it in gear. It's vibrating so badly. So 2 tires and maybe more a concern right now for the 41.
Now, we've seen that a couple of times in this late summer and fall. Drivers winding up with the shifter handle in their hands and the vibrations and so on. So here we go for 2nd place. Denny Hamlin starting to work over Kevin Harvick. The 11 cars' speed. Denny's talked about it. Other people in the garage that look at what they call lap tracker, comparing the lap times of every car, of every lap on the track during practice. They say this 11 car speed is long run speed. And how about this move by Joey Logano in the 22, trying to get 2 of them at once?
I'd say that was a strong move. I mean, he really drove that car down in the corner, down on the bottom.
I think I'd have saved that till the last lap.
Yeah, I wouldn't have showed him that.
Yeah.
That's pretty strong right there.
But you talk about the 11 car. I went to Denny Hamlin last week before Phoenix practice started, actually, and wanted to talk about Phoenix and they tested there, everything. He said, before we do that, can I talk about Homestead? He said, we were just there. He said, the most speed I've had in my race car on a 1.5 mile track all year. He said, we're finally getting there with our entire package. He said, I'm so excited. He said, if I can get through Phoenix and be a part of that 4, he said, I will have a great shot to win at Homestead.
And we had that first pit stop, and we figured some people making adjustments. How about that adjustment you see on the side of that car? Look at the 22. Those pit crews pulling the sides out for that extra downforce.
That's either a strong tire changer or a strong tire carrier to move that much. But he's got some extra downforce, and it's showing.
Something we've seen over the course of the last few months.
Now, he's not the only one. I mean, you can see a lot of these cars, some more than others. You can see Denny Hamlin's just about as far out.
Here's Dale Jr. with a move on Hamlin and Harvick. Hamlin right there on Harvick's quarter panel.
Junior a little loose, trying to go from the bottom right there. Had to make Denny a little nervous for a split second.
I was thinking Denny hanging right to the inside of that left rear quarter panel of the 4. Like, I don't know if nervous would be the word I'd use to ascribe what it might do to Harvick. Maybe agitate?
Hey, why not?
Yeah. They're racing for a championship.
That's right. I think he's out there to become best friends today for sure.
26 lap green flag run underway. Jeff Gordon with a big lead. 2 seconds on Joey Logano, who runs second in this race for third. Ford EcoBoost 400, Homestead Miami Speedway. Live, the race for third place between 2 of the 4 title contenders. Denny Hamlin's poked the nose to the inside of Kevin Harvick a couple of times, but has not been able to make the pass stick. These 2 drivers trailing Joey Logano, who runs second, and the race leader, Jeff Gordon.
See at the top of the screen there, Newman's worked his way up close to that top 10, in 11th right now.
one at a time since the restart. Newman has gained 6 positions. The restart coming at lap 15. And Vince, they're getting there little bits at a time.
Yeah, that's really been the focus of their weekend. They weren't so concerned about fastest lap times during practice, but working the different lines and making sure that Ryan's car was comfortable for him in the various grooves that we would run throughout the course of this race day. Now, the car a little bit tight right now and getting tighter, Ryan says, especially the first 2/3 of the corner, but in general, they've been pretty pleased with it through the first 48 laps.
Well, they're moving forward, Vince, and starting to get into the same zip code with those other guys they're racing for a championship, so that's good. They should be pleased with it. So Jeff Gordon leading Joey Logano by nearly 3 seconds, 2 3/4 seconds from first to a second place. And I know it looks, when you have that head-on camera shot, kind of unusual coming at you down the straightaway, but these fender flares and things, they've been going on for the last few months, and the teams are all after it. They know it helps the performance of their cars, and here's how it happens.
Yeah, we used to see them just working on that right side, but now you see the crews pulling out both sides, and right in here is the area you're going to see the pit crew. The tire carrier is going to pull it out, and that's worth quite a bit of side force and actual downforce for the left side.
All I know, something breaks out on pit road after this race is over, I want that man on my side. It made a big difference in
Pretty
that.
strong boy, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, NASCAR's aware that this is going on. They understand it, but as it developed over time, they got themselves in that situation where, okay, we're in the middle of the chase. Do we just stop it now? Do we make a rule change now? And the answer was no, and that's a decision I agree with. You can't change the way things are being done in the middle of the championship. You know, if somebody carries it too far, you expect they'll step in, but it's gotten to this point, and we're going to finish out the season that way. I expect they'll do something about it before the start of next season, though.
Yeah, it does. It escalates. What happens is you see how Joey Logano is after the next guy says, I got to get mine out at least that far. Oh, yeah, maybe just a little bit farther.
Yeah.
It's called getting competitive.
So Denny Hamlin continues to fish around Kevin Harvick's rear quarter panels, trying to find a way by him. Whoop, Marcus Ambrose with a little slide there off turn 4. He saved it. But Hamlin not able to move around Harvick and take away that 3rd position.
Denny's made a couple of runs at it. I don't know if he's just kind of testing that, see what it's going to take, let Harvick know that, hey, I am here and I've got a fast car here today also. And on the other side of that, as we talk about not getting right against the wall, Denny's up there pretty far. You don't want to put yourself in any position that could cost you something right now. You can't win this championship right now at lap 52, but you could lose it.
But you don't want to miss that opportunity to show him that fender every now and then.
That's right.
A lot of radio traffic on the NASCAR Race Control channel with various teams reporting debris. Although NASCAR spotters aren't seeing anything, and it so happens a lot of the teams reporting the debris are teams that are about to be lapped. Huh, imagine that. Reminder that right after we crown a NASCAR Sprint Cup champion here in South Florida, you will see a champion or champions crowned in the Auto Club NHRA Finals tonight, 7:30 Eastern on ESPN2 and also live on Watch ESPN. And the yellow flag has just come out for a smoker down the backstretch into turn number 3. It's Brett Moffitt in the 66. That yellow likely a bad break for Brad Keselowski, who had just ducked onto the pit lane under the green flag from 6th place before the yellow flag.
It looked like Paul Wolf and Brad were trying to short pit just a little bit to try to get a little advantage on the rest of the guys by getting those fresh tires on, but it kind of bit them a little.
Yeah, that's the one thing that can get you whenever you're doing that, but he will at least get the waiver around because everybody's going to have to pit here. We'll put him back on the lead lap.
They'll put him back on the lead lap, but he does lose the track position that he was trying to gamble to get.
Right. Send him all the way to the end of the line. So second yellow flag out in the race, still shy of the 100-mile mark. And the 3-second lead that Jeff Gordon had built over Joey Logano had gone away. Denny Hamlin got around Kevin Harvick for 3rd place just before the yellow flag. And Matt Kenseth had fallen back to 9th place late in this 44-lap green flag run.
I could have really gone there, Darren. I was just trying to be patient around those guys.
Yeah, 10-4. Did a really, really good job. You actually had some of the fastest lap times right there for the last 4 or 5 laps. So I'm going to do small tweaks on here.
So 3rd place, Denny Hamlin there. Greg Biffle should get the free pass on this caution from 23rd place, and the pit road open now. Jamie?
Well, on the last stop, they freed Kevin Harvick up, and now he's saying he's really, really loose. They're going to go back down now, 2 rounds on the track bar. 4 tires. They already made that air pressure adjustment. The car, they just need to stay on top of it. Dave?
2nd place, Logano. His car was losing its front turn and still loose off wedge and air pressure 4 tires, Doc.
Denny Hamlin tight center, now free late exit. The chassis adjustment, 4 tires for Sunoco fuel. Vince.
Ryan Newman tight through the first 2/3 of the corner, then snaps loose, so they put some tape on the grill, 4 tires up on the track bar, and some Sunoco fuel for Ryan Newman.
Little track position change there. But Jeff Gordon holds the lead on the 2nd round of pit stops in the Ford EcoBoost 400. College basketball's underway, and what a doubleheader we've got for you on ESPN Tuesday. At 7, Michigan State and Duke, followed by at 9, Kansas and number 1, Kentucky. The State Farm Champions Classic from Indianapolis, Tuesday on ESPN, and watch ESPN, the home court of college hoops. Kentucky had to have a second half rally to get by Buffalo earlier today.
And Duke hadn't won by less than 50 yet.
Should be a fun night, Tuesday. Doubled up for the restart. Jeff Gordon held the lead on the pit stops, has chosen the outside lane. You see Denny Hamlin to his inside. Logano and Harvick 3rd and 4th. Newman is 11th. Brad Keselowski took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. He's 24th.
They'll probably wait till the end to race really hard, right?
Think so? Oh, he slipped in turn 2, though.
Could cost him almost
24 behind you.
So Jeff Gordon started the lap as the leader. Joey Logano was the leader in turn 2. Now Denny Hamlin finishes the lap as the race leader off turn 4.
I bet Gordon's thinking, what have I got myself into here between all these guys racing for a championship? Racing hard.
He hasn't figured that out by these last 9 weeks.
Right in the hornet's nest.
Newman made a nice move on that restart also to get himself situated up in there, pass a few cars inside the top 10 now.
Kevin Harvick with a little bump to Logano saying, I'm here.
He's trying to rattle his cage, so to speak.
Is that kind of like the nudge he gave him in the press conference the other day that would show John Countdown? Jeff Gordon back underneath Denny Hamlin, and Gordon reestablishing himself in the number 1 spot.
Comes Logano trying to take advantage now, get himself situated in that position that would be the champion spot at this point.
Well, look at the run. There's 4 cars getting here. Look at Harvick.
Yeah, can he take that on off the corner? Yeah. A lot of times you get that run right there and you have to lift a little bit on the exit like Logano did on the restart.
For Logano, his strong point seems to be getting down in the corner. Really drive that car deep before he backs out of it.
Now Hamlin challenged by Jimmy Johnson for 4th place as Harvick is by Logano up into 2nd. You see Denny running all the way up by the wall. If you look carefully at the right side of this 11, around the right rear fender well, you'll see some of that black paint scuffed away.
Yeah, it was actually straight just before this last pit stop. I don't think he's hit it this run yet. You can definitely see the scrapes.
Got a real light tire rub on the right rear. Just let us know anytime if you do think you brushed a wall. That way we can at least look for it to pull the lip out. Yeah, 10-4, should have told you.
So now Denny going to hunt that bottom groove for a bit as he has fallen back to 5th place. So it settles out as Gordon, Harvick, Logano, Johnson, Hamlin, with Newman up to 8th place now, picking up 4 spots on the restart. And what a 3-wide move by Joey Logano to try and get the lead off into turns 1 and 2. Listen.
You're good. Good by 1 out back. Bottom of 3. Clear to the middle, clear to the top. Good by 2, good by 2 all the way up. Good. Coming back inside. All good, man. Keep the momentum. 24's behind you. You'll have a guy trying to get to the bottom. You're clear to the bottom. Clear everywhere. 220.
Well, one thing from that he'll be able to learn from is what does he need in his car to be able to pull that off all the way. He had to check up, like you said, a little off of turn 2, But up to that point, he had made a really good, strong move.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing there was, as low as he had to enter the corner, he didn't have a really good angle there. He wasn't able to make a nice arc, and so he's got more wheel in the car at that particular time. So he'll probably learn from that if he gets in that position again, be able to slide up and try to make that arc just a little bit better, which will help his exit.
Hamlin and Logano for 4th and 5th place. While these guys are racing back and forth for this spot, Ryan Newman is continuing to pass cars. Look at him. He's up to 7th place and working on Casey Kane for 6th. He restarted 12th.
I'm not a bit surprised. I just, see that he's just such a bulldog when it comes to racing. He always races better than he practices. He hasn't been all that stellar in the practice sessions we've had. We talked to his crew this morning, and they weren't worried about it at all. They said the same thing, and he always seems to be a little better with the race car.
So you got to finish it off here. Cautiously easing up in front of Casey Kane to make sure that 5 was going to give him room. So Newman up to 6th place, Vince.
Well, they've certainly made a good adjustment on that race car as they made a track bar adjustment, also put some tape on the grill to help the handling. There's a lot made of the fact that the 31 did not test here at Homestead like many others, but crew chief Luke Lambert said one of the things they liked about coming to Homestead, the same tire that they ran on at Texas and Chicago, and although they didn't have great results on those tracks because of various circumstances, they felt like their car handled well there as you see him now start to pressure Logano. So another reason that the 31 was optimistic coming here to Homestead for the finale.
See him drive off in the corner there. I thought he had a Phoenix flashback for a minute there. Wasn't going to let off.
Hey, that 31 car looks really strong right now.
Amazing. Really good adjustments by Luke Lambert right there to get Ryan Newman headed in the direction he wanted to be able to go.
We talked a lot about in this championship since it began. Both of you predicted, and I certainly was right there with you, that you'd have to win this final race to win this championship. And here we are, 4 championship-eligible drivers running in the top 6 positions of this race.
It's amazing, really. You've seen all through the rounds how they've pushed each other to a higher competitive level. All the teams have, and we're seeing it again here. I mean, all of these teams running for the championship in the top 6.
Yeah. The only other drivers in the top 6 have 10 championships between them, so.
Yeah, go figure. Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson. So Ryan Newman, the Purdue Boilermaker who gave you his engineered formula for a championship on NASCAR Countdown. Try to make that formula pay off in a win. Homestead Miami Speedway, where Jeff Gordon leads the Ford EcoBoost 400. Gordon has led about 100 miles of this one, and 66 of the 81 laps that have been completed. Kevin Harvick for 11, Denny Hamlin for 2, Kurt Busch and Blake Cook for 1 each, the lap leaders today. Cars.com, all drive, no drama, showing you the biggest movers in this race. And Rocket Man has been that. Paul Menard and Marcos Ambrose had to start at the back of the field. If you weren't with us earlier for unapproved adjustments post-inspection, Kyle Larson on a track where kind of fits his style. One of those up by the wall, working that throttle. And he's also having a nice run so far.
How about this guy working that steering wheel? I mean, you can just see the intensity. This guy's always up on that wheel.
You know, every driver out there is completely focused on what they're doing, but none is more evident than when we have these shots of Ryan Newman. I mean, it just looks like that's the only thing he's doing, right through the steering wheel, looking at what's ahead of him. Unbelievable concentration right there.
You can see the bumps in the racetrack, just how much it moves you around.
Newman is 5.9 seconds behind Jeff Gordon. Jeff setting quite a pace in this green flag run of the race. He's moved out by 2 seconds over Kevin Harvick, 4.8 seconds over third place Jimmy Johnson, 5 1/3 seconds over fourth place Denny Hamlin, and the 5.9 seconds over Ryan Newman. Now Joey Logano has dropped almost 8 seconds back in 6th place, struggling in this run. Dave, what's up?
It's been an interesting run this time, hasn't it, Alan? He tried for the lead earlier in the run, and then the car got tight. He reported that on lap 69, and just a few laps ago, he reported that in the middle of the corner, that tightness was worsening. They need to adjust on it.
You see the racetrack definitely getting shadier. You got some cloud cover that's cooling off. I expect once we see it to start cooling down at night that the track would actually get freer, but it's not the case for the 22.
A little free there for Jimmy Johnson with a back-end bobble off the corner. Denny Hamlin trying to take third spot away from the 6-time champ.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy's going to put up much of a battle for that. And thinking back to Logano just seconds, we see Denny take this third spot away. Logano had to be really, really careful because he's right up against the wall with a tight race car. That thing will slide. Got somebody up against the wall over in turn 2.
Turn 1 and 2. Off the corner, scrubbing the wall down the back straightaway. Might be the 66 car again. Brett Moffitt for a second time in this race, and in fact it was.
It's going to happen right in front of Joey Logano.
Hey, Rare.
Dodge this 66 car.
Fence right side. Been clear.
Report that Jimmy Johnson might have had a loose wheel there, so a big break for that team.
It's the second consecutive caution for Moffitt being in the wall off of turn number 2, and this one wraps up a 23-lap green flag run. Should help Brad Keselowski out a little bit. Remember, he had to take the wave around at the last caution, and should give Marcos Ambrose a free pass back onto the lead lap at this yellow.
It's an opportunity now for these pit crews to shine and see if they can perform under pressure.
There's a pit crew that's been rock solid all year. Denny Hamlin's.
Boy, they have really been solid. The pit stops, though, have gotten to be so competitive, just like the cars. I mean, they're within tenths of a second. It seems like to get, ahead of one spot. A lot of intensity down there.
Third round of pit stops in the race. Vince?
Ryan Newman says it's just too snug to the center, so they're going to go up a half round on the track bar, also getting a windshield tear off. Goodyear tires, 4 of them, and Sunoco fuel, Jamie.
Kevin Harvick really liked that track bar adjustment, said he's not nearly as loose as he was, just a small track bar adjustment, this time in 4 tires, Dave.
Joey Logano telling the crew it, quote, killed it, 4 tires adjustments, Doc.
11.9 seconds. How about that stop for Denny Hamlin's crew? 4 tires. He said he's tight middle, free on exit. Gotta help the exit with air pressure. Hamlin gains a spot.
Ryan Newman's team losing a few. Kyle Busch's team with great work on pit road as well. Yellow flag number 3 out on the Ford EcoBoost 400. doubled up for the restart at Homestead Miami Speedway. Wrapping up the third caution of this race and how the championship quartet's teams did on this round of pit stops.
You can see they've all performed at a high level throughout the chase. That's their average, and then a couple of them stepped it up there on this stop.
I mean stepping it up. You look 11.3 for Joey Logano's team. That's strong right there. Now this car here, the 31, they came in and had a decent right side stop. Have just a little bit of trouble on the right rear coming off. They have, seem like they lose a little bit more as they come around to the left on the rear. I'll tell you, this championship could come down to those pit stops on pit road. They know it, and the pressure's on.
Could come down to a late restart also. Last restart got pretty exciting. We'll see what this one brings as Jeff Gordon, the race leader, has chosen the inside lane this time after choosing the outside lane on the prior attempts. Green flag restart presented by Diet Mountain Dew. Look at Kyle Larson around the outside.
I kind of wondered when he was going to show up.
And Newman looking 3 wide.
That's a tight spot for Newman to be in right there.
Larson, the driver whose 4 tires Newman leaned on to make it through those last corners at Phoenix to get into the championship, has run all the way up from 27th starting spot into the top 10.
It's like Newman gave him a little break right there. I wouldn't count on it at the end of the race, though. Just the way he used him up at Phoenix last week, he deserved it.
Gordon, Hamlin, Harvick, Logano. Then Jimmy Johnson 5th. Kyle Busch picking up those 3 spots on that round of pit stops, up down to 6th place, followed by Larson, Newman, Kenseth, and Casey Kane, who's moved into the top 10 a little bit earlier and held that track position for a while. Casey started back in 23rd. Tell you one thing this cloud cover is doing that's come over the racetrack. We saw the dual visor that Jimmy Johnson had on earlier, and as you look at the top of the windshield on a lot of these cars, the big tape rolls that they've got down the inside of the windshields to protect from that sun glare later towards sunset, it's kind of taken that out of play.
Well, it's been a big relief for the drivers not have to fight that sun, because restarts were very, very difficult when you're facing that about this time of the afternoon for about the next 45 minutes, but they've been very fortunate to this point.
The extra sun visor for Jimmy Johnson in the off position, we'll call it. Jimmy chasing Joey Logano for 4th spot.
A vibration is run. Copy that. Let me know if it gets worse.
Well, you don't want to hear that, especially after you just made an 11.3 second pit stop, because there's a good chance they have a loose wheel.
Monitor that for Logano, the 4th place runner, Kevin Harvick, who got worked over by Denny Hamlin for quite a while, racing for position earlier. Now with the tables turned, looks for a way to try and work Hamlin over for the runner-up spot.
Yeah, I saw Harvick move to that, we'll call it the 3rd groove. We'll call the very outside kind of the 4th groove. But I saw him move to that 3rd lane very, very quickly here in this run. And I think part of that is he's feeling comfortable racing right there, but you can also save your tires a little bit right there. You can run really hard on the bottom and make some speed, but you can also heat up those front tires in particular quite a bit.
Change there for 2nd. Harvick is by Dale Earnhardt Jr. on pit road for what would be an unscheduled stop from 13th place.
4 tires, guys.
And this soon after a pit stop might tell you that they had a vibration there, Vince.
Yeah, it's a flat tire, so they had to bring Junior in under this green flag here to get those 4 tires changed. So bad break for the 88. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Steve Letarte, his crew chief, working together for the final time here today.
Hey, rear flag, good call.
There you go. So right rear flat on the 88 car. I thought he said right rear. And Dale Jr. now going to lose a lap to the race leaders. We've got a lot of time to try and make it up in this one.
And Newman trying to make up a little bit of the ground they lost on pit road.
Newman also got himself in a spot on that restart there too that looked like he was going to go forward, but went back for a lap or two and now started back in the right direction.
Yeah, I think he had some momentum going to the front until Larson kind of snuck in there on him, and then he had to check up. It looks like now he's pulled away from Larson, trying to make a pass on Kyle Busch.
This is where we've seen him be really good, just how far down into the corner he can get and run in that second lane. The momentum that he has, that's actually right on the bottom, but he gives up a little bit on the exit here.
The 150-mile mark of the Ford EcoBoost 400, the championship deciding race for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Jeff Gordon has done most of the leading in this one, and the 4 championship eligible drivers have been running up front for most all of it as well. Right now, the 4 drivers all in the top 7 positions, with you see Kevin Harvick, Hamlin, Logano, and Newman in 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th. Other stories in the race so far: Brad Keselowski got trapped by a yellow after a green flag pit stop, took a wave around. He's raced all the way back up into the top 10 to the number 10 spot. And now Dale Earnhardt Jr., after a green flag pit stop for a right rear cut tire, has fallen from 13th place back to a lap down in 32nd. Those are the stories so far. 3 caution flags, 2 of them for Brett Moffitt hitting the wall in turn 2, 1 of them for debris on the racetrack on the front straightaway, and we've had 5 different drivers leading the race with 6 lead changes, but again, Gordon, the dominant one up front so far. Clint Boyer, Casey Kane. This for 11th and 12th. Mentioned Casey starting back in 23rd place, made a nice run up into the 10th spot, has given up 1 since the restart. Trying not to give up more. And beginning to see the lights from this racetrack gleaming off the highly polished paint jobs on these race cars. Sunset about an hour away, but cloud cover making those lights show up a little bit sooner. Jeff Gordon's star shining brightly in South Florida. Done a lot of leading in this one so far. The big prize being chased here at Homestead Miami Speedway, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship Trophy, to be awarded to one of 4 drivers at the end of the day, the highest finisher among this group. And look at how well they're all running right now, all in the top 8. Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, and Ryan Newman putting on a great race so far here at Homestead Miami Speedway. The only problem they've got is Jeff Gordon is out front and got a really good car today and dominating this one. It's the Ford EcoBoost 400 from Homestead Miami Speedway, with a reminder that NASCAR.com/RaceBuddy has all the high-definition onboard views, the chat rooms, and the live leaderboard, and more. And now, once we get into the second half of today's race, remind you that our ESPN NASCAR nonstop coverage will come your way. You won't miss a moment of the action. And today it is brought to you by Goodyear. Joey Logano running 6th. Being pursued there by Kyle Busch for that spot, while Jeff Gordon has opened up a 1.5-second lead on second place, Kevin Harvick. Let's go up to speed and check in on the top 10 runners in the race. We begin with Dr. Jerry Punch.
And as you might expect, Alan, Jeff Gordon very happy with his race car. He said, really overall, I don't have anything to complain about. But he just told Alan Gustafson a moment ago, okay, you might want to tighten me up a little bit on this next stop. And they told Jeff back, said, oh, by the way, your car does not have the drop-off in speed after 10 laps that the 4 car does. You're being very, very consistent, so keep it up. Jamie.
And behind him is Kevin Harvick running 2nd. He started the day 5th, and he moved to the front early and led 11 laps. But then he got too loose, and as crew chief Rodney Childers told me before the start of the race, the key to this race is keeping up with the track, and it's going to free up. So they have tightened him up the last 2 stops, and right now the 4 is pretty happy. Huh?
Remember, Denny Hamlin won this race a year ago, and when they came here and tested 3 weeks ago, Darian Grubb said, hey, we brought the exact same setup for the test, and all we had to do was tweak it a little bit. Denny Hamlin says the longer they run and the later it gets, the better he will be. Remember, in the race a year ago, he did not really lead laps until after the halfway point. Look for it to get dark and the 11 to get fast. Vince.
Jimmy Johnson started 12th today, currently running 4th. They've been fighting loose throughout much of the afternoon, but they've been creeping up on it. Maybe a little right side wall contact just a couple of laps ago, but spotter Earl Marvin said it looks fine for now. These guys found something at the test here recently. They used it on the track at Texas and won with it there, and they think it's been a helpful improvement here at Homestead as well this weekend. The 18 of Kyle Busch, they've really been pushing the front end and struggling with the rotation as well, but Dave Rogers been calling for wedge and air pressure adjustments, and Kyle is getting better. Got a nice little battle between the 4 and 11 there, Alan.
For second place, Denny Hamlin trying to get it from Kevin Harvick. These two have been locked up in a fight for the runner-up spot most of the race.
That this 4 car has been really good on all year is that they've had speed but don't give up a lot on the longer runs. Not quite seeing that out of them today at this point in time. And the only time that he goes to that very high line is whenever Denny Hamlin comes to challenge for that spot. I think we can see whenever that happens that Harvick's car is a little bit faster when he goes up there. He runs faster lap times.
Oops, got one scraping the wall. Up in turn number 2, caution out. Right there ahead of those cars, shedding a tire. Alex Bowman. Yellow flag number 4 in the race.
Slow down, just slow down a little bit.
Carl Edwards has been hard.
Hey, Chuck, we got to fix the car, fix the car. He's already got us a lap down. Fix the car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he got
Carl hit it good.
Rear corner, too. It just knocked, it looked like it knocked the bumper off of it.
Yeah.
Deck lid all sideways. That's going to take some repair.
He has a right rear tire down also. I don't know if that created that situation.
Yeah, it might be a result, or it could have caused it. You don't know. They're always running so close to it, it's hard to tell.
Cars under, just fix the cars. Leave them on.
Jimmy Fenning's voice you hear, his final race as a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series crew chief. Came down to work in NASCAR at the request of Bobby Allison, who had seen Jimmy and been around him short track racing in Bobby's many forays throughout the Midwest. Convinced Jimmy to come to work. Jimmy said, when I got off the plane in Charlotte, first time I'd ever been to Charlotte, he said, I'm coming to work for Dygard, a race team in Charlotte. He said, it was Bobby Allison who picked me up at the airport. And of course, Jimmy and Bobby had great success together, and Jimmy with Mark Martin and Matt Kenseth, and now with Carl Edwards in his final race as NASCAR Sprint Cup Series crew chief. One of the great guys in this sport. You won't meet a better one.
And he's had a great career, too. He's an incredible crew chief.
Pit stops here.
Vince? The car of Ryan Newman has swung way too tight again. He said he gets to about a certain point in the run and all of a sudden it's like flipping a switch. So it's going to be a 4-tire change. 2 rounds of wedge out of the left rear, going to give him a windshield tear off as well. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick tight most of that run, but it went loose toward the end of the run. Another track bar adjustment down in 4 tires, Dave.
When the G-forces compress Joey Logano's car in the center of the corner, he can't turn it. Wedge and air pressure, 4 tires, Doc.
Denny Hamlin said the car's getting better each time, but they're killing the right rear tire in long run. Slower stop this time for Hamlin as they exit pit road.
Didn't cost him any ground, though. Kyle Busch has got troubles. Maybe broke the rear end gear, spinning the tires out of the pit box. He was in 5th place coming on to pit road a second ago. Doubled up for the restart of the Ford EcoBoost 400 after another round of pit stops in which Jeff Gordon's team held the #1 spot. Of course, Gordon's got that first pit stall by winning the pole in qualifying here on Friday. We check out the fastest four-tire pit stop today, brought to you by Sprint. Kevin Harvick's team shining brightly on the big stage. The numbers on the 4 team as we remind you to stay connected to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with the Sprint Family Share Pack. 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/best value.
Harvick's boys are bringing it today.
Kevin second to leader Jeff Gordon. Denny Hamlin third, Joey Logano fourth, Ryan Newman seventh. Free pass at the caution to Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Kyle Busch's car is behind the wall after the problem that they had leaving pit road on the stop. Here's your restart order. And got a long way to go. Still not even halfway through at Homestead.
Hamlin or who, but sure stacked things up there. Harvick's trying to take the lead from Gordon on the high side.
Practice for the finish. Harvick led that one. And Logano and Hamlin are side by side behind these two. Gordon squeezes in front, reclaims the lead. Logano wins out in third. Now Jimmy Johnson challenging Denny Hamlin for fourth place.
Like Kevin Harvick there, that maybe the splitter was too hard?
I thought that was Denny Hamlin's voice, yeah. Harvick by a skosh there.
That sounds like a kind of a small thing. You're talking about that splitter hitting on the 11 car. That can be a real issue tonight when these speeds pick up, because that if it hits, the higher speeds that you go, the more that thing's going to hit. The more it hits, the more it hurts you. So this could be something they need to address before the nightfall.
Yeah, because on a late restart, you're going to need to get all you can get in a hurry.
And that might be why he's so good in the long run. When the speeds slow down, he's got that splitter closer to the ground than most of the other guys, because they're protecting it for those fast speeds. It really is kind of a trade-off. It's not a good one either. I think this thing might come down to a late restart. You really have to have that car where you can go.
Update on Denny from Doc.
Yeah, Denny's been complaining the car's tight middle and a little free off. They've had to made a couple of track bar changes, and Denny said the car was going in the right direction. On this stop here, they decided to make an air pressure adjustment, and that's after the air pressure change. That's when he complained of being on the splitter now as he tries to go under the 48.
Trying to reclaim fourth spot from Jimmy Johnson, and he does. So now all 4 championship contenders in the top 6 positions, with one of them, Kevin Harvick, leading the race.
It's the first time we've seen anybody get away from Gordon this far. Normally it's been Gordon putting this distance, but Harvick almost a second and a half lead now.
You let Rodney Childers get his hands on that car, he's going to make it better. They've had a few opportunities to make adjustments, making some good ones for Harvick.
So they've made a good adjustment from Todd Gordon and his crew on this 22 car also. They've had some great pit stops. We see Newman going forward here. Looks like we might have all 4 of these guys in the top 5 here in just a minute.
How about that? While you watch on the racetrack, Kyle Busch's car has been behind the wall near his pit stall. Now they're taking it back into the garage area. An axle problem on the 18 car has taken Kyle from 5th position to behind the wall.
Newman's crew doing a better job after that last caution, gained a spot for him. Now he's able to make a few more spots on the track. Car looks good in this run.
That's second and third, fourth, fifth, and sixth there. Kevin Harvick almost 2 seconds ahead of Jeff Gordon in the race lead. Look at Newman drive that one in there.
And he can drive that thing in the corner.
Now see if he can gas it up on the high side.
Yeah, Newman's in the spot that he wanted to there. He was willing to let Jimmy Johnson go take that opportunity to go to the bottom.
Yeah, Newman kind of pulled a little slide job in 1 and 2, and they lost that momentum coming off turn 2, so he was a little vulnerable to Jimmy Johnson on the backstretch. But he did have the position that he wanted. He should be able to hold that spot.
And as a driver, you expect that throughout this race. You hope that you're doing it more than what is happening to you. But you know that's going to happen a number of times throughout this 400 miles.
Ryan Newman driving for Richard Childress. It was on this day in 1986 that Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt took the trophy for RCR's first NASCAR, then Winston Cup Series championship. Ryan Newman trying to earn RC his 7th championship today in the Sprint Cup Series. And of course, Richard always that voice on the radio.
We're doing dinner, Luke. I'm on 2, buddy. We good, sir. I'm going to come to you here. We'll just keep digging, man. Y'all doing great. Just keep digging.
Andy, you know him so well.
Yeah, I've had that voice in my ear too, but usually he was on the pit box with me. We didn't have other teams that he could go hang out with. He was always on our box. So, you know, Richard is such a competitive guy.
You know him so well, Andy, what he's been through. The loss of Dale Earnhardt in 2001, what it meant to him personally, what it meant to his racing operation, his grandson's coming along, and now this opportunity to win another championship at this level. What does it mean to Richard?
You can't believe, like I said, how competitive he I asked him one time, I said, look, you've done it all. You've won all these championships. I mean, why do you keep doing it at this level? He says, because I love it so much. He said, I love winning. And he has not finished winning championships. He really wants this.
Andy part of a couple of Richard Childress Racing's championships as the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. So Ryan Newman for Richard Childress Racing running in 5th, all 4 title contenders in the top 5 at halfway through this race. How about that? We go NASCAR Nonstop, presented by Goodyear. Kevin Harvick leads, looking down on the race for 5th place between Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Newman here at Homestead Miami Speedway. From our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Not an uncommon sight here in South Florida to see the Goodyear blimp flying around. Pompano Beach, Florida, one of the bases for the Goodyear airships. Just to the north of the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area. What a day for a championship deciding race. This new elimination style format for the chase this year, providing us a lot of unexpected twists and turns, certainly a lot of intensity. Comes down now to the final race where the highest finisher among the remaining 4 championship eligible drivers wins the cup. And all 4 of them are running in the top 6 spots in the race as we're across midway in the Ford EcoBoost 400. There are the running positions, third line on your screen. Harvick, Logano, Hamlin, and Newman.
About the time that Newman has struggled with his car. I've heard him say it is a little bit on the tight side. You can see Jimmy Johnson's gone back by him for that 5th spot, but something they're going to have to work on. Maybe the weather itself and the cooling down of the track will help this situation, because generally you expect the cars to get a little freer in that situation.
Vince?
Yeah, they've been fighting tight, particularly the last couple of runs, and as you mentioned, DJ, it seems like they just flip a switch and swing tight. Right now, Ryan says he's just having to wait too long to get back onto the gas as they wait on the nose of the car. So crew chief Luke Lambert said, we'll keep working on it, we'll get it better, and he noted as well the cooler conditions as this cloud cover and the track starts to cool as well.
Air temperatures dropped about 3 degrees in this last 30 minutes or so. I know it is 3 degrees in some parts of the country altogether. And we're sorry if you have to deal with that, but we're down to 79 degrees here at this one, and the temperature expected to drop to about 75 or so by checkered flag time. Kyle Larson past Ryan Newman. And you know, you think about Larson's season. Remember this time a year ago, Chip Ganassi announced they were going to move Larson up to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and a lot of people were saying, oh man, he should get another year in the Nationwide Series, and is he ready, and so on. Well, tip of the cap to Chip, because he knew what he had, and he knew where things stood with his race team, and this kid was ready and has been a lot of fun to watch race this year.
I guess the biggest surprise to me so far is the fact that he hasn't won a race. He's been so fast. I mean, even early in the year, finished second at California.
Yep.
You know, he just had so many fast runs, and this weekend, he has been a factor in both races we've had so far before leading up to this one. In the Nationwide Series and in the truck race, he's been a factor for the win.
And you see the best non-chase finisher in 4 of the 9 races in the championship. Dave, strong fall for the 42.
The only place he hasn't been strong was in qualifying. He qualified 27th, so a good recovery for these guys. Crew Chief Chris Kilroy told me that they've had this circled early in the year on their calendar, knowing that for him, this is a great kind of track. Fast and bumpy, Chris said, and they plan on running up front. They just had to get there first.
Now they've gotten there, and still got a lot of racing left to go. And just based on what he's done this year, we're going to give Kyle Larson our Goodyear Superior Performer, because he has been superior and fun.
Oh, it's been entertaining. We should all thank Chip Ganassi for having the insight to do it.
One in the wall right in front of Larson.
Yep.
That's Alex Bowman again in the 23.
Larson probably familiar with that site, or from his side, because we've seen him in pushing the limit a couple of times, just a little too much.
Yeah, it's about scary to death to watch him sometimes. How about that truck race he ran on dirt? Just wore the right side of that thing out on the wall.
Out at Eldora,
yeah, a lot more to come from that young man. Race wins and battling for championships himself.
Kyle Busch has just come back from in the garage area. 24 laps down, 43rd place, all 43 starters still in the running here past the midway point of this one. Kevin Harvick setting a pretty good pace in the middle stages of the race. After Jeff Gordon dominated the opening 150 miles or so, Gordon leading 107 of the 146 laps we've run. Since Harvick got by Gordon after that last restart, Kevin has stretched it out to about a 2 7/10 of an advantage over second place.
Update on the race leader from Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick has led 36 laps already. The weekend didn't start out as well as they had hoped. Crew Chief Rodney Childers told me they kept making adjustments on it in practice on Saturday, and they'd swing loose to tight, loose to tight. He decided to abort the direction they were going and put the setup that they unloaded with on it. He said on race day, we're going to look like heroes or zeros. Right now, looking like heroes, adjusting on the car each stop, moving in the right direction, saying he's a little loose right now.
All right, Jamie. Kevin Harvick leads all drivers in laps led in this 2014 season. Led the most laps in 6 of the last 11 races and a 4-time winner this year. Looking for his first NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship today. Kevin Harvick, the race leader in the Ford EcoBoost 400, Homestead Miami Speedway, the final race of the NASCAR Sprint Cup season. A final race brings about so many stories. One of them, that 9 car that Harvick's putting a lap down. The Australian Marcos Ambrose in his final race on this side of the pond, going back to his native Australia. And the V8 Supercar Series, the race for Dick Johnson and Roger Penske next year. Ambrose calling his American adventure more than he could have dreamed of. Of course, a winner on the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Said the only thing he came up short on was making the chase and winning an oval race. But he's enjoyed his time completely. Yellow flag out. The man Ambrose raced for the win with phenomenally at Watkins Glen this August. A.J. Allmendinger has hit the wall in turn 4.
Got it pretty good.
AJ came in trying to battle and was pretty close there, battling to try to get a top 10 finish in the points.
AJ making the chase as a result of his win at Watkins Glen, eliminated after the first round, but certainly gave us all the thrill with that tremendous fight he and Ambrose put on. Looking ahead from Tony Stewart.
Pulling up here. High side's clear.
happens at the entrance to turn 3.
Sure looked like something. That tire looks like it's pretty much up, but
I think the right front
something
is
broke.
down. I think it's down. Maybe the right front's down on the liner.
Yeah. It started just to the entrance of turn 3.
So caution number 5, pit road closed here. By the way, in the last segment of the race, NASCAR Race Control informed all the teams they could go pick up an extra set of tires if they so desired. They were allowed 11 sets of tires for this race, so now they can have a dozen if they like.
Yeah, I talked to Richard Buck this morning in the garage. He said he would probably do that if it looked like there would be a lot of cautions. He'd do it early, so they wouldn't be a mad rush to the to the Goodyear building for tires.
Those poor tire busters for Goodyear are going to work hard all the way to the end, aren't they? While the pit road is closed, check out the Danger Zone, brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. These are the number of laps today that the 4 championship drivers have spent as the leader of that group, so as the championship leader. And you can see Kevin Harvick on the top end of that scale, and Ryan Newman, while running well and up the front, hasn't been in front of the other 3 yet so far today.
Well, it's certainly an indicator of how good they've run, but you can't take that to the bank.
Not time to hand out a trophy
Not yet.
Marcus Ambrose going to get the free pass on the caution. First car a lap down. So he'll come back around onto the lead lap in 22nd position. And this is going to be the 5th time the crews have gone to work today on their cars. Jeff Gordon's team held the lead all 4 previous times, but he came onto pit road as the leader in all of those instances. Now we'll see if he can move from 2nd into 1st, or if Kevin Harvick's team can hold the lead here. Vince?
Ryan Newman pitting from 7th says the car's better up by the wall, but it's still too tight, so it's going to be around in the right rear, tape on the grill. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick's team's been stellar so far today. A wedge adjustment, track bar down again, a 4-tire stop. Dave?
Mr. Joey Logano's car that needs drive off. 4 tires. Doc?
Tight in the center, and that's the issue with Denny Hamlin, trying to put a little bit of tape on the grill. He said, I'm getting pulled on the restarts. They're killing me on the restart. Hamlin roaring off, trying to beat Harvick off of pit road.
Want to know why it's important to win pole position?
Yeah, you see it right there.
That first pit box, dump the clutch, and you're at the scoring line. So Jeff Gordon's team regains in the lead on the yellow flag pit stops.
Ryan, why will you win the championship today?
I mean, I know I want it. I know the guys on the team want it. We haven't quit all year, and we don't have any intentions of quitting tonight.
We've had an awesome season. Nothing to hang our heads down no matter what. And knowing that, we'll go for it and have some fun with this thing.
We got more heart. We might not have had the fastest cars all year, but we got heart.
The contenders for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship today, telling you pre-race why they thought they were the one who would win the championship, in all four having solid runs. With 108 laps to go in the Ford EcoBoost 400, all in the top 6. Jeff Gordon reclaiming the race lead. The only other non-championship interloper in that top 6 group is Matt Kenseth, whose crew gained him 3 spots on the round of stops, and Matt into the top 5. Sunset about 20 minutes away. Pace cars off, and we're going to go back racing again with Jeff Gordon leading him to the green.
Look, the run Harvick's got on the top side. Oh, didn't work out for him.
Logano to third around Harvick as Hamlin hunts the lead on Jeff Gordon. Ryan Newman into 5th on the restart. Look at that. Sick. Oh, trouble. Turn 3. Car on the wall. Is that Greg Biffle?
Yes.
6th caution.
Calm down, go to pit road.
Wow, he really tore that one up.
Yeah, they may have to go to the garage to fix some of that.
Greg running in 20th place. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, tough day for Jack Roush's teams. Carl Edwards hit the wall hard. Now Biffle.
Been a tough year for him.
Yeah, it has.
Even though Carl Edwards has a few victories. Hard to tell if there was contact there.
I'd like to
getting
see
in.
that again, yeah. Yeah, it looked like the right front went down because he went up behind Brian Vickers into the wall.
Sure did.
Yeah, see the smoke there? Starting?
Yeah, but he's got it locked down from here.
Boy, look at it. Nobody was right there on the outside.
Wow.
Vickers was able just to slip by before that car went straight to the wall. Frustrating season for Greg Biffle and this team.
You're not kidding. So yellow flag number 6 is out in this race. Most of the leaders were just on pit road. There are some pit stops, but none of the front runners are in. Brad Keselowski was the first one to make a break for it. And so while we work the yellow flag, we check in over at the Quicken Loans ESPN pit studio with Nicole, Rusty, and Brad.
Hello there. You know, we were talking all race about how much these championship drivers have been digging deep, and that is the topic of our 5-hour energy rapid recap. When it comes to the championship, you need to step it up. And that's what they're doing.
It's amazing. They really have dug down deep and really stepped it up, Nicole. I mean, all 4 of these guys, Hamlin, Logano, Harvick, Newman, all day long have been side by side. Right now, they're running 2nd through 5th, and they're not showing any sign of slowing down. They're trying to lead every single lap, Brad. You can tell it.
You know what makes me think of?
What?
Just hang on for the last few races, the last few laps of this race.
No doubt about it. I mean, Ryan Newman is absolutely, he's struggling, but he is fighting, scratching, and clawing. He is running 5th. They're absolutely doing everything they can to keep each other within eyesight.
There is one other part to this. Right now, who has the lead? Jeff Gordon.
Yeah.
Jeff Gordon missed this championship round by just 1 point. That's 1 spot on the racetrack. He won the pole earlier this weekend, his 77th pole of his career, the 200th pole for Hendrick Motorsports, and he said, if we go on to win this race, it makes everything else just that much more bittersweet.
Well, you can really tell Jeff Gordon's trying to prove a point today. He is so strong out there. He really deserved to be in this chase. I mean, he barely missed it, but he's out there just running record lap times around there, dominating parts of this race, and you can tell that he is mad a little bit. He wants to prove a point. He wants to get it done. I mean, he is driving like a champion right now.
He really is. That car is really, really fast, but let's knock about 50 more laps off, and we'll talk about it again. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, remember, we're starting to go into darkness right now, and these cars are getting ready to change the way they're going to handle.
Alan, back to you.
You know, Nicole, I don't know how you could ask for much more. For this format, for 4 guys to race heads up for a championship, highest finisher wins, and they're all up there in the top 5 spots. You can't ask for more.
Yeah, and you talk about the one guy that's not was the first guy out, who was Jeff Gordon they were just talking about. So you've got all 5 of those right there.
So Jeff Gordon choosing the outside lane. Denny Hamlin, second place to his inside.
How was your splitter there that time?
Still on it a little bit.
Okay, 10-4, not as bad as the first time though.
It's tough to say. I mean, we're gaining speed, so it's like I'm really having to be careful on entry. That's really where I'm kind of getting hurt on these restarts, is not being able to drive in hard, because I know I'll lay flat on the splitter and not get off.
Thoughts of Denny Hamlin as we get ready to go racing again with 102 laps to go in the season. Three wide, Logano to the bottom for the race lead. Harvick to the outside. And Hamlin up through the center, comes out on top. This has been fun. Now behind these guys, Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming back from a flat tire earlier in the race. Just made a great move around the outside. Earnhardt Jr. up to 6th place and challenging Ryan Newman for a spot there, while these 3 guys race for 2nd.
Harvick just looking for somewhere to go. I think he has the speed to go battle Hamlin, but nowhere to go right now. And speaking of Junior there on the inside of the 31, I watched him come back up through traffic. This car is really fast.
Look at that, low of 35th, a lap down after the flat tire that happened at lap 96. Harvick again with an inside look.
Gonna make a little room now. Boy, look at Logano wheel that thing though.
Man. There's still a lot to go, just under 100 laps, but these guys know that it's getting down to that time. Track position is going to be important. Look at Harvick. A little wiggle there off the corner.
And now Junior on Ryan Newman. So that'll put Junior into the top 5. Newman back to 6th place. What a rally for this 88 car, Vince.
Yeah, talking about how fast it is as well, and it is bad loose also, as Junior told Steve Letarte. But Letarte responded, I know you don't like it that way, and you're really having to fight it, and it's uncomfortable, but you're really fast this way, so please hang on. And that's what Junior's doing. He's hanging on, and he's going to the front.
Yeah, sometimes loose car is fast, and you just have to hang on to it. I mean, and that's the piece of data that Steve Letarte has. He's just looking at the lap times.
And when you're passing cars, you're more apt to be able to hang on to a loose race car a little bit better and put up with that for a little longer. But as we've said, this track tends to go looser yet, so they'll have to make some adjustment for Junior if they're going to try to win this race.
You can see him fighting that steering wheel.
Is that the 88 team's personal Days of Thunder moment?
Loose and fast. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, you know Steve Letarte was wanting to say that, but holding back to this point.
Harry Hogan knew how to set one up.
3rd place here, Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt Jr. while we watch this, that restart action, a little frantic, can I do a little housekeeping from that last caution? Eric Almirola, free pass, back on the lead lap, 22nd place. Brad Keselowski was the first one to pit. He pitted from 11th place, restarted 14th, and he runs 8th now. Others who pitted on that yellow include Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, Clint Boyer, Marcus Ambrose was in, Vickers, Menard, Truex. Those cars all pitted under that last yellow flag.
Newman's not going away.
He just gets into the corner so fast. Just carries more speed, drives it off in there, where a lot of these drivers are kind of back the corner up to try to drive it off around the corner.
I think that's going to be a plus for this car when it gets dark and the speeds pick up. That could be a big plus, especially on a late race restart.
Last lap, drive it off in that corner like that. Hey, that's could be a big help.
After getting clear of the fight for a second, Joey Logano tracking down Denny Hamlin for the race lead.
Logano's been strong on these mile-and-a-halfs all year long.
So across the 250-mile mark, and what a fight on the day that'll decide the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series champion. All 4 of the title contenders running in the top 5 positions in the race. Newman just passing Dale Earnhardt Jr. for 5th.
Ford EcoBoost 400 at Miami is brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. The made-from-scratch double-loaded omelet biscuit at Carl's Jr. and Hardee's. ExxonMobil and Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights for ultra night vision engineered to keep you safer on the road.
$87 laps to go in the Ford EcoBoost 400 for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series at Homestead Miami Speedway. Been a busy sports weekend in South Florida. They had the Thursday night NFL game here at Sun Life Stadium between the Dolphins and Bills the other night. Monday Night Football, see how I did that, Andy, features the Steelers and Titans as they fight it out At 8:15 Eastern on ESPN and Watch ESPN. No other night is Monday night. Big Ben and the Steelers looking to rebound down in Music City. Don't try this at home. Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano fighting for second place behind leader Denny Hamlin. With Ryan Newman running now in 6th place, he and Dale Earnhardt Jr. swapping 5th and 6th each of the last couple of laps. And we're looking at the right side of this 22 car to see if it's scuffed up a little bit and has left a mark on that outside wall.
Oh, yeah, he caught it pretty good.
What we talked about before this race started is to pick and choose your times that you're going to go up there and challenge this. Logano just a little too much speed, not enough grip right at this point.
It's got the wall a little bit there.
So Joey still running 3rd and still got a long way to go in this one.
When we talk about from an aero standpoint just how important that right side of the car is, and especially the right rear back there, and you do that kind of damage, could hurt your performance.
Just joining us, the 4 drivers competing for the championship have been in the top 6, 7 spots since the first run of the race was done. In the second green flag run of the race, Ryan Newman really charged forward. Newman, the one who started deepest in the field in the 31 car back in 21st place. After the first pit stops, he charged forward, and these guys have been in the lead group ever since. All of them fighting it out with Jeff Gordon for these top spots. Gordon has really been the strongest of the non-chase cars today. He's led the most laps in this one, though Gordon runs in 3rd position right now. The other Gordon, crew chief Todd, reacting to seeing the footage of his driver scuffing the wall. And a photo thereof captured by the team.
Yeah, he'll have a plan to get it fixed up on the next stop.
Car got tighter since I hit the wall.
That's the old line from Junie Dunleavy. Well, you were the last one to adjust it. Dave?
I asked Todd Gordon what might be one thing he'd remind Joey of today as he talked to him pre-race. He said, "We've had several opportunities to implode this year. This team adapts and overcomes. Don't let the moment keep us from doing that again." So those words will come back now as Joey has a tight race car, a little damage, but the opportunity not to let the situation cave in on them.
So Logano sliding back to 4th place now, and while you were giving us that report, Dave, Tony Stewart took his car to the garage area from 26th place. Tony was running a lap down, and his consecutive seasons of 1-win streak will end at 15 years.
At least one every year that he'd raced in the Cup Series to this point.
Another one into the wall. Paul Menard, it looks like, in the 27. This place is slippery.
It's that, and now the track cooling down, your speeds pick up, and you just have to adjust.
Hang on to it, Paul.
See that right rear's down.
Hope we don't have a repeat of what happened to him here last year.
Oh, yeah, whole right rear wheel blew off the car in the pit area.
Paul running in 13th place at the time he got into the wall there, and his crew.
There again, not sure if it's the right rear going down that's getting these guys into the wall, or whether getting into the wall is making the right rear go down.
His crew cleanly changing tires this time without any of the dramatics and fireworks we had a year ago.
Yeah, really impressive to watch Kevin Harvick here. He is just not buying into the fact that to go up there near the wall at this point in time and get all the speed that he can from this car. And he may not need to once the track changes over somewhat. Even if he gets up second here to Jeff Gordon at this point in time, I don't think that he's ready to go up there and run lap after lap challenging that wall.
Yeah, we saw Joey Logano lose a little bit of his giddy up when he brushed the wall. It's not hurt his car too bad, but he did lose a couple of spots after that.
Jeff Gordon around Harvick to second place. 24 laps into this green flag run. Had a fairly steady procession of cautions today. Longest green flag stretch, 44 laps. some of these tire changers just going to be flat worn out at the end of this one if that pace keeps up with the yellow flags and the tire changes.
We really do expect a long green flag run at some point in time during this race. Usually happens.
Yep. The last 9 Miami races had at least one green flag stretch of 53 laps or more. Denny Hamlin leading, Jeff Gordon and Kevin Harvick. Logano's 5th, Newman is 6th, 77 laps to settle it. Did somebody say something about tired tire changers? Yellow flag number 7 out. Marcos Ambrose in trouble in the 9 car. He was running in 17th place. And this happened.
Close call for Trevor Bayne there. Looked like the 9 car had a tire to go down.
Free pass AJ Allmendinger. Pit road open with 72 laps to go. Could be the second to last pit stop, but probably not. Vince?
Ryan Newman working hard on the car and getting thirsty. He said, I need some cold water. He's going to get that and hopefully a tuned-up race car. Says it's pretty good the first couple of laps, then swings way tight in the center, up 2 rounds on the track bar, 4 tires. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick said those last changes made it looser, so they're going to adjust the air pressure, track bar, wedge adjustment, 4 tires, Dave.
Little damage repair, air pressure adjustments for a car that was a little bit tight, Doc.
Denny Hamlin still a little bit tight in the middle, half around the wedge out. Last time really helped it. No changes here but 4 tires, and Hamlin will scoot off pit road and lose a spot.
No scooting off pit road for Joey Logano. Follow up on the pit stop for the 22, who's going to fall down to 10th position. Doubled up for the restart of the Ford EcoBoost 400 here at Homestead Miami Speedway. And a reminder, NASCAR.com is where you can check for your latest NASCAR information. Going to be 69 laps to go when the green flag waves. And Joey Logano deeper in this field than he's been all night, back to 10th place.
See all the damage on the right side. They have to spend a little bit of time in here fixing this.
It takes some time to get that stuff all pulled out, get it right, you know?
Actually did a really good job of not losing any more time than they did while they were making this repair.
So Hamlin second, Harvick third, Newman eighth, Logano 10th. And you look at the net on pit road for the Ford Championship contenders tonight.
Joe Gibbs teams get it done on a weekly basis. Pretty much every pit stop makes the driver feel good.
Denny Hamlin starting alongside Jeff Gordon for the race lead.
To a time that these restarts could decide who our champion's going to be. See what these drivers have.
A little urgency going to set in. Oh, Logano in a little box there. Oh, Kenseth in some trouble. Logano caught behind him, and Jimmy Johnson to his inside. Nowhere to go.
Well, a huge save by Matt Kenseth right there. Logano, I don't know how much I'd be getting on that right rear quarter panel after just seeing him sideways, but got to go. Doing everything he can to go forward.
Now watch the job Matt Kenseth did saving that car a lap ago and how tight of a spot it was for Joey Logano.
Yeah, this is Joey Logano's championship right in front of him happening.
All good everywhere. 48 inside, 48.
That thing was hung
Easy
out.
on that 20 still, inside, 48. Right beside you still.
That's when you'd like to have a heart rate monitor on these guys and see how much that pulse spikes.
Oh, wow.
And it's actually the driver that's not in that situation where it spikes. It's the driver that's sideways. You're just doing your job right there. It's the one that's behind and you can't do anything about it.
You don't think Joey Logano's just didn't go?
Yeah, his did. Yes, absolutely. That's what I was saying. He was the one.
Yeah, Kenseth
did. Yeah, Kenseth was just fine. His probably didn't do a thing.
Yeah. So Logano is in 8th place, Kenseth back to 10th, and Jeff Gordon back in the race lead. Back earlier after a caution on lap 115, Gordon and Kevin Harvick swapped the lead back 4 times between them, with Harvick eventually getting away and opening up a chunk of ground on Gordon. Then Denny Hamlin got to the front for a little while, but now it's Gordon back to the #1 spot. He has made the most of having that #1 pit stall on the stops by virtue of winning pole position in qualifying here Friday.
Yeah, and something I've seen here, we heard Denny Hamlin complain earlier in the race about the splitter hitting on these restarts. He couldn't attack the corner the way they need to with low air pressures. Looks like they've got that repaired for him. Could be something very, very big. As I said, we get down to a late race situation to where he can really go on these restarts. We heard Harvick talking about his was hitting a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing about this is almost the only adjustment for that is air pressure, because they can't put packers into their bump stops or their secondary springs, so they have, because it would take too much time, so they can just add air to try to help that situation. The downside of that is that it'll make the tires give up a little bit more in the longer run.
Let's follow up on that in the 11 pit with Doc.
Yeah, you guys are exactly right, DJ. They really helped the splitter situation. He's just barely touching it now on the restart. But as you guys said, then he said, I got to be better. So on the late restart, I don't have to hit it and worry about going in. They've made to the car, he said, it's still a little bit tight in the middle, but they can't make many more changes. Then he said, you're starting to make my exit free, and I can ill afford to have that happen. Jamie.
Well, and you guys mentioned the 4 was hitting the splitter as well. So Rodney Childers said we just have the back end of the car up too high. So they took a big swing at it that time. Air pressure was one, and the right rear tire, as well as a wedge and track bar adjustment. Nothing on the radio from the Ford so far. Seems to be a little bit better this run.
That is one other thing they can do, is they can lower the back of the car with their jack screws, but that takes a little bit of time. Not near as much as trying to do it in the front, but it is something they can do to help that.
Caution is out. I just heard the pace car driver Brett Bodine reporting something in, and another car off the pace also. Trevor Bayne over in turns 3 and 4. Not sure if something came out from under that 21 car. Okay, something came out from under somebody's car.
Just cut my brake line.
The 21's taking his car behind the wall. There's a lot of debris.
Eighth yellow flag of the race comes out with 61 laps to go, and of course Trevor, another one of those season-ending stories, making his last drive with the Wood brothers. Going to make a full campaign for Roush Fenway next season. Andy, everybody just on pit road at lap 195. It's only been 9 laps of green flag racing.
That's almost the cutoff point. We saw some guys, they're in 4 or 5 laps and then stayed out, most of the leaders.
I think we'll see them on pit road, especially after they got another set of tires
Yeah, this
from
is
NASCAR.
right there at the cutoff.
Yep.
And do we see some people, I don't know, Clint Boyer or so on, play a little strategy to try and get up front and see what their car might do with a sniff of clean air?
Nothing really to lose at this point in time of the season.
From what I saw earlier in the race, I think if you're going to make pull any kind of strategy, it'd be staying out.
Yes,
It didn't look
I
like
agree.
right side tires were that beneficial.
And just a sidebar story, we've talked a lot about the race for the championship. Everybody that made the chase had their points reset, and the points that they've earned in the chase and so on. They're all competing for 5th place in the championship. Also, right now, Brad Keselowski and Jeff Gordon are tied in points.
Wouldn't expect anything less from what we've seen to this point.
And that's with Jeff winning the race and Brad running in 4th place. All coming in with 59 to go. Vince?
For Ryan Newman, the car's getting a little bit better, but it's still tight on landing and a little too free off, and it gets worse the longer they go. So 4 tires and a track bar adjustment, 1 roundup. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick tight center, then it snaps loose. 4 tires, air pressure, wedge adjustment right rear. Dave?
Too tight taking off for Joey Logano. Wedge adjustment. Doc?
Hamlin, so they got to be tight in the middle, but I still got to get up off that splitter. I'm too tight on restarts. Got to get off the splitter. Over 12 seconds for Hamlin. He's away.
Gordon nosed it out at the line, barely over Hamlin. And Ryan Newman losing 4 spots on the round of pit stops. That hurts.
Bad time for that.
By that much, Jeff Gordon hangs on to the race lead of the Ford EcoBoost 400.
Ford EcoBoost 400 at Miami is brought to you by Ford. Beautiful things happen when you go further. Sprint, introducing the Sprint Family Share Pack. It's the best value in wireless nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And GoDaddy. Build your business online for $1 a month at GoDaddy.com.
Stunning evening. South Florida, Homestead Miami Speedway, the home of the championship race. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. And I just have a feeling, as we are under caution for the 8th time here tonight, that those tires might be put to the test on restarts coming up. Because as we get later and deeper into this race, that is really what's going to become a huge storyline in how this championship plays out.
You can pretty well tell that the restarts are going to be what's going to win you the race. I mean, restart after restart, bombing down into turn 1 and clearing the car off the exit of turn 2 is everything in the world. Seems like that top side's got some momentum after a couple laps. But I know one thing, Harvick is getting that car a lot better. Logano's in trouble right now with the right side tore up in his number 22 car. And Denny Hamlin, he is running better than I ever thought he'd run. He's running great.
Yeah, it seems like Hamlin and Harvick's cars are starting to react to that. Just a little bit of cooler air. Not a whole lot, 2 degrees temperature and drop, but they're really coming to life. So I think Rusty's right. It's going to be interesting. Restarts will be huge.
Restart right now, Jeff Gordon out front, the top 2 championship contenders, excuse me, Alan, 2nd and 3rd.
This has been just a race-long drama. If you haven't been with us earlier, Nicole, all 4 of the championship contenders have been running well. A couple of them running into some issues here lately. Joey Logano with the wall contact that they had to take extra time on the pit stop earlier to straighten out. He's back in 8th place, and Ryan Newman with the bad pit stop there dropped him 4 positions down to 9th place. Hamlin and Harvick running 2nd and 3rd. Jeff Gordon back in the lead. 55 laps to go, and absolutely no reason to disagree with Rusty or Brad about the intensity of the restart here.
No, you got to get it. You know, you don't know that whether this could be the last one and your opportunity to get out front right here, right now.
Let's see what happens. Denny Hamlin in front of Jeff Gordon for the race lead.
Be hugely important for Harvick's chances right here to get by Jeff Gordon if he can as quickly as he can.
Just in case we've seen the last of the yellow flags. Joey Logano up to 6th. You see Newman trapped back at 11th.
Really impressive what Denny Hamlin's been able to do in these last few restarts of racing with Gordon and getting himself positioned out front.
Yeah, and I'm impressed with the adjustments that Darian Groves made on the car, because that was not a strong suit for this team early in the race. They've really turned that part around.
A team that's found speed as the season's gone on. The Joe Gibbs Racing organization self-admitting they didn't have the pace with this year's set of rule packages for much of the year. Denny got his victory at Talladega back in the month of May. Matt Kenseth winless on the year. But as the championship run began and they made the chase, they found more pace. They found better handling on the car. Toyota's picked up the horsepower under the hood as the season's gone along. And Hamlin and company getting stronger and stronger when it counts the most.
Talk about peaking at the right time.
That's what it's all about, getting to the end.
They have to pace tonight.
You see up top there, Joey Logano's gone around Dale Jr. to get himself in the 5th spot. Now, 5th is no good as far as the championship, but it's got you closer to those guys you are battling.
He can still see them.
And there's Newman back in 10th. Not the right time to give up some track position in this race. Newman started way back, halfway through the field in 21st place, raced his way up into the top 6 and the top 5. Now he's got a deficit to dig out of, and he's running out of laps to try and make something happen.
Very interested to watch the lines that these drivers, especially the ones up front now, are running. We don't see them right up against the wall as the track has cooled down as much. They're taking a shorter way around here.
And the lap times have picked up considerably since it's cooled off.
Big run for Jeff Gordon on Denny Hamlin here. Another big run. Look at him gas that 24 up. Oop, slipped there.
Yeah, sometimes you get to that gas a little too hard, a little soon, you lose the front end. Looked like that's what happened to Gordon right there.
Now he falls back into the clutches of Kevin Harvick. And Joey Logano trying to hang on to 5th over Dale Jr. right side of the screen.
You know, Harvick has to be looking at that lap count on that board, knowing he's got to make a move here.
Now Hamlin goes back to the top side of the racetrack. Gordon's going to take advantage, see if he can look low.
Not yet.
I think Harvick's pulling for Gordon right now.
How many times you can say that, isn't it?
But I think he is right here.
Debris back straightaway, caution flag. Had enough cars into the wall and with flat tires and various things tonight that now bits and parts and pieces falling off, some of the ones that have been repaired. And this yellow flag, number 9. And it comes out with 47 laps to go. Watch Jamie McMurray's car. That black car, center of the screen. Shedding something.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some of the inner panels, something from maybe earlier damage.
So caution out, and after just 9 laps of green flag racing, here we go again.
I know they gave them an extra set of tires, but they're going to still be close at this rate of having a caution about every 10 laps.
Opportunity for Ryan Newman's team there to maybe make up a little bit of the ground they lost on that last stop.
Yeah, they're going to have to really tighten it up on pit road, though. This is the time they have to make up spots.
Don't be surprised if that's the team that might not try 2 tires in this situation. I've said a number of times, Ryan Newman may be the best race driver I've ever seen on 2 tires and getting the most out of a car in that situation.
And now we're inside of the fuel window of what they can do to the finish.
They haven't had the car to get up and race with those other guys. They've been behind them and close to them, but they haven't challenged to pass Denny Hamlin or Joey Logano for that matter, or Kevin Harvick. Got to do something. Try getting in front of them. See if you can hold it. 45 to go. Pit road open. Here comes Newman, Vince.
Well, pit road has been the problem tonight. -5 overall in the pits this evening. But the good news for Newman, this is the best the car's been all night. So no changes, just 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Jamie.
Kevin Harvick said it turned better through the center. They're still going to adjust wedge, track bar, air pressure. Dave?
Logano's car still tight. Track bar. Doc?
Denny Hamlin said a little bit tight in the middle. I need a little more help on the splitter. Just a little more still on the splitter, barely on the takeoff. Just under 14 seconds for Hamlin. Almost contact leaving pit road. Hamlin makes an evasive move.
Gordon had trouble getting away.
And look at Newman's crew. 3 spots gained.
That's the way to do it.
Check the scoring line at the end of pit road. Oh, that's close. I think Gordon got him.
Wow.
So Ryan Newman's team gets the job done on the pit stop and moves him up to 5th place. Joey Logano's team, though, tough time to have a tough stop.
Well, this is the stop that matters. This is it right here. You see the team going to the right side. Right there. Lost a lug nut.
5th to 11th place for Logano.
I'd say we're going to have another shot at this. Pick your heads up, guys.
42 laps to go. Logano's got some ground to make up.
Harvick needs to clear Keselowski there. Huge run by the 2 car all the way to the bumper of the 11.
I'd say after the little Texas incident that Brad's not going to cut Kevin much slack here.
He's been racing hard. He's also got a chance to win this race, Brad does.
Jeff Gordon, the leader. Denny Hamlin, 2nd. Keselowski and Harvick fighting for 3rd. Ryan Newman running 7th, lost a little ground on the restart. Now Newman picks 1 back up to 6th. Logano's in 9th.
These restarts have been a problem for Harvick over the last 3 or 4 restarts after the one time that he was able to take the lead earlier in the race and strike out and get a couple of seconds.
Conversation here about feelings, markers, teammates. Keselowski being Joey Logano's teammates, and etiquette of these guys racing the guys that are racing for the championship.
Yeah, I think right now that Brad saw an opportunity that maybe his car is good enough to get up and try to get himself in a position to win this race. I don't think it has anything to do with a teammate at that point in time. And I think when it comes time, one of them comes, even if it's Kevin Harvick, that he's going to give him that spot. And here goes Harvick by off turn 2 right now into 3rd spot.
Just a little 4-wide racing for you there.
Yeah.
Said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I love this racetrack.
You couldn't have a better racetrack for this kind of a finale.
So Harvick to 3rd. He and Hamlin, the top 2 in the championship now, with a gap on Newman and Logano, who are 7th and 8th. Newman trying Dale Jr. for 6th place. They've traded that spot back and forth for each of the laps we've run since the restart. Love to watch this man at work.
If he comes up short, it won't be for lack of trying, will it?
That's for sure.
I'm watching the 88 car that is in front of him get a huge run off of this top side. He ran right to Jimmy Johnson's bumper before he backed off going into turn 3, but just looks like he's got a 5th gear in this car.
Look at him just blow by Jimmy. Backing off early, but he sure gets that gas hard.
Yeah, I really expect to see Kevin Harvick at some point in time, and maybe getting close to that time, that he's going to move up and try to make the most speed that he can around this Homestead Speedway. He's going to have to do something a little different than what he's been doing if he's going to go challenge this 11.
It's like he's there now. That's as high as we've seen him all night.
So you're Denny Hamlin. Right now, you're not worried about Jeff Gordon. With this number of laps left in the race, you're racing Kevin Harvick.
Hey, it's not about the winning of this race. That 24 car out there is nothing. All it's about is this 4 car right now.
Other things to bring into the discussion. That last pit stop they made put everybody into the ability to make it to the finish on fuel. If it were to run that far on fuel, the handling's going to give up, the tires are going to begin to give up, and it could really make these last laps nervous and tense and swing the handling pendulum on these cars once they get past that 20-25 lap mark on a set of tires.
And what they're doing right now is how hard they're driving these cars could really affect what they have left at the end of a 40 couple lap run. But you got to go. You can't be thinking too much about that. What we've
Can't
seen.
be saving anything.
No.
Jeff Gordon a second and a half clear of these two. And continuing to post some solid lap times in that 24.
And you see Harvick and Hamlin just right there at each other. It's been back and forth just a couple of hundredths of a second, one way or the other for both of those cars.
So that's 350 miles right there. 50 miles left in the season. 50 miles left to decide the champion. It's been tremendous so far through 350 of them. Who knows how these final 50 are going to turn out. Jeff Gordon's the leader. Denny Hamlin leads the championship barely. NASCAR Nonstop presented by Goodyear. You see the caution flag out and the pace car in front of the field, and a hard crash for A.J. Allmendinger going into turn number 1. This one developed all in a hurry. Check it out.
A lot of damage to the rear of that car. Watch this. Just takes a left. Looks like the left rear tire just blew out.
Yep.
I heard him say on the radio that he had maybe some contact with another car earlier. It could have caused his left rear to go down.
Tough hit for Allmendinger.
AJ was right there battling, trying to get himself inside the top 10 in these final point standings. He was in 11th before that accident there, just a few points behind the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Well, a season that featured a high of a win at Watkins Glen for A.J. Allmendinger will end with a badly torn up race car being loaded onto a flatbed here at Homestead, Miami to conclude the year. Pit road has been closed for the race leaders because of where the car sits at that access road where the cars come off the pit lane down in turn 1. So time for us to check out the driver who's led the most laps tonight, brought to you by Sprint. And that number would be by far and away the guy who leads now, Jeff Gordon, who has led 146 of the 237, now 147, that'll update to, of laps led tonight. Stay connected to the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup with the Sprint Family Share Pack, 20 gigabytes of high-speed data to share, plus unlimited talk and text for $100 a month. Learn more at sprint.com/best value.
Jeff Gordon's led more laps this year than he did the last 2 years combined.
Yeah, certainly looking like a night of, after a celebration in Victory Lane, possibly a night of what ifs.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity that they have let slip away.
Pit road going to be open here. Can I just take a minute and share something with you folks watching at home? A tip of the cap to the 150 or so enormously hardworking men and women on this ESPN NASCAR team. They travel the country away from their families 4-5 days a week, 35 weeks a year. Their skills to bring you these pictures and sounds are unparalleled. We're so proud of them and so proud to be their teammates. And these last 8 years have been a blast with them. And we just wanted you to know that from us, the voices and faces that you get to know and hear. It's been a blast, and we thank you at home for sharing it with us.
Yeah, the quality of our crew is unmatched. They're just the best in the business.
Yeah, I'll second that or third that. Just unbelievable, the talented people we have in this crew and what they've done over my 7 years here.
And now we're going for the big finish.
That's right.
What a race it's been, and a lot still to be decided. Pit road open for the lead lap cars here. Who gains, who loses? And will anybody make a strategy play?
Up to the pit crews here to get it done.
Here comes Newman, Vince.
Well, this pit crew had a great stop last time, gained 3 positions. They need another good one here. Brian says the car's pretty good. It's just a tick snug. Half round up on the track bar and 4 tires. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick just 2 loose up and off. 1 round in wedge, left rear 4 tires. Dave?
Logano's crew recover 4 tires stop. Free up the race car, Doc.
Tight center. They said it could be a $10 million pit stop. 12.4 seconds. Hamlin hustling down pit road to try to beat Gordon off, but no, Gordon will get there first.
I'll tell you what, the intensity of those pit stops. Look at that rush off of pit road. And still, Hamlin and Gordon, bumper to bumper. These pit crews are doing a job. Look at this traffic jam coming to the end of pit road.
Yeah, we talked about the drivers during this chase, just stepping it up, the incredible things they've done. How about these pit crews? When they had to do it, just putting out numbers there that are amazing.
That's Timmy Sheets at the front tire changer. Hey, you can tell they're into it.
No driver does this alone. It takes a strong crew of people to engineer and put together these race cars. So finely tuned and finely machined and assembled. It takes a strong team on pit road to get these stops done. And they've all demonstrated NASCAR's finest tonight in this championship round.
Everybody wondered back in January, how would this actually turn out? You know, that it was on paper. Here's what was going to happen. Here's how it was going to do. How would it actually play out on the racetrack for 400 miles here between 4 teams? I don't know that we could have possibly asked for more and more exciting afternoon of racing and all the drivers being right there still.
Now we're inside of 30 laps to go, and we have no idea who's going to win this thing, Jamie.
And Rodney Childers, cool, calm, collected all night long. How do you feel about your adjustments here moving forward in these closing laps?
Well, the car's been pretty good. You know, everybody on this Budweiser Chevrolet has done a really good job. You know, it just, these restarts have hurt, you know, starting third there. We need to be on that outside lane and be able to have some momentum. But, you know, everybody's done the best job they can do so far, and we'll see how it plays out. And you know, never know. We'll see what happens.
How has this moment, this whole race been like for you? It's the first time you've ever been in this championship hunt.
Well, honestly, it's been just like any other race. We come and try to do the best job we can, and really haven't tried to focus on anything other than that. We came to win the race, and that's what we're going to try to do.
All right, Kevin Harvick needs a little bit better restart here. Let's go to Vince.
With Luke Lambert, the crew chief for Ryan Newman. Boy, you guys have really been working on this race car. Do you have it where he can contend here in the final 30 laps?
Yeah, I feel really good about the progress we made. We just need some track position right now. I feel like if we can get up there, we definitely got something to contend with.
Thanks, Luke. Alan?
All right, Vince, the one to go signal there. 3 drivers taking waiver routes to get back on the lead lap. Cole Witt, Brian Scott, and David Reagan. That'll give us 29 cars on the lead lap. And the double up with Jeff Gordon, the race leader, and Denny Hamlin to his inside. Back to the pits and Doc.
Darian Grubb, your pit crew doing a heck of a job for Denny Hamlin. You told me this morning as it got darker and cooler, you would get stronger. Does he have enough to hold on and win this championship?
I think they do. The pit crew's been doing an awesome job, like you said, in keeping us up front. FedEx Express Toyota's been fast all night, and he's been pretty comfortable. So as long as he gets a good restart here, keep fighting for it.
Let's check in with Dave. With Todd Gordon, your driver's down. I suspect you don't believe he's out, correct?
No, we're still in the top 10. We'll see where these restarts go. He's pretty awesome at them, so keep taking a stab at it, see where this caution takes us, where we go green from here, and if we get another one, we'll come get some more tires on it.
Yeah, they do have some more tires down here. Some stickers and some scuffs is what I see, AB.
All right, Dave, we'll watch for Logano to try and make it 3 wide, maybe on the outside lane as he runs here with what'll be 25 laps to go. Logano 8th, Newman 6th, Harvick 3rd, Hamlin 2nd, and Jeff Gordon leading him to the restart.
Yeah, let's see if Harvick's a little more aggressive on the inside on this restart. Tries to get a little more down in turn 1.
Hamlin has trouble getting going, protects the inside. Harvick shoots the middle gap.
That's the spot that really matters to Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin.
Kevin's through, but all 4 title contenders nose to tail on the racetrack. Jimmy Johnson after Joey Logano for 6th place.
It was a huge pass by Kevin Harvick.
He'd been behind Harvick for been ahead of Harvick for 99 straight laps there. Thinking he had things well in hand, but you just never know. We said it was going to come down to a restart probably. Harvick did the job right now.
So Kevin putting a gap on Hamlin, Newman, and Logano. But the way this race has been, we've seen very frequent caution flags. We don't know that it's done yet. Newman looking around Hamlin.
Well, this guy will not go away, will he?
Not going to give up. No, Harvick's next challenge is going to be, if he gets to the 2 car, can he make a pass there? Or is that going to impede his progress and allow the rest of these guys to catch up to him? They're not very far behind.
Jimmy Johnson still there, looking for positions, as is his job in that 48 car.
Newman trying the inside now. See if he can get by Hamlin that way. Not quite enough steam off of that corner.
I'll tell you right now, all 3 of these guys are hoping there's another yellow flag because Kevin Harvick's gone. He's in front of them by a second, almost 2 seconds from Harvick back to Hamlin.
Seeing Kevin Harvick right now drive harder down into the corner than I've seen him this entire race. We'll have to see if that's something that hurts him later in this run. Even though this might not be a long run, but if he eats up that right front tire, could become an issue for him.
Key moment of the championship. Oh, caution. Debris turn number 2. There it was. I think you just saw it in the camera right there. And so there's what Hamlin needed to catch back up to Harvick. And the last thing that folks in red wanted to see. But it was there on the racetrack. So now 5 laps of racing.
Yeah, and only 20 to go. It's going to be less than that on a restart. This is definitely an opportunity for, it's got to be for the 22 and the 31 because they have to do something different.
But you got to come to pit road.
Yeah, but you got to do something different than they do. If I'm Luke Lambert, I got to think about 2 tires here because if it's ever going to work, it's going to work now.
Yeah. And he's got to believe the 4 and the 11 are going to get 4 tires, sitting where they are and the way that their race has gone.
Rodney Childers just told us he's trying to treat it just like any other race.
It's not.
Sorry, but I'm believing that the acid level in the old stomach just jumped a little bit. Michael
Good
McDowell.
job of keeping us cool, but I can tell you this is a stressful situation right now.
Michael McDowell, free pass. Pit road open here. There are 29 cars on the lead lap. And by the way, all these other guys that aren't racing for a championship that want to try and steal a win, strategy option open here too.
Yeah, staying out is a huge option that they could take right now.
And should. A lot of them.
Earnhardt Jr.'s back in 11th. Just one potential candidate. Matt Kenseth's back in 8th. Let's see what happens here.
Well, looks like they hung. Nope. Hamlin stayed out.
Gordon and Hamlin stayed out. We'll see how many more stay with him.
Not many. Not near as many as I thought would.
Wow, that's big. Vince?
The 31 team has gained Ryan Newman 4 spots in the pits the last 2 times. They need another good one here. Ryan says the balance in the car is good. 4 tires and a piece of tape on the grill. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick, they wanted to come. They work on the right sides, work their way around to the left. It's 4 tires, Dave.
Audibles being called, shouting on the crew here, but they take the command. Oh, it comes down off the jack. 22 off the jack on the left side, and they're going to lose any time they thought they might gain. A lot of time being lost on pit road right now. They're still trying to get the car off the ground. The crew lifting it, trying desperately to get this car where they can get the jack back under it, lift it back up. They've got the flat jack in there now. And finally, the opportunity to put the left side tires on. Disaster for the 22 on pit road, Alan.
Jack it up.
It's been a clean race for these teams all day long, but now when it counts the most, problems on pit road for Logano's team. I talked about there being 29 cars on the lead lap. He's going to be at the back of all of them. From 6th place.
Be interested to know, was that Denny Hamlin's call or Darian Grubb's call to stay out there? He darted back onto the track right at the very end. Could be the winning move.
Look at that. Banging on the steering wheel.
I almost question the decision to even take 4 tires right there. Ryan Newman's team came in, they got 2 and back out.
Harvick's got a lot of cars in between him and Denny Hamlin and the 31.
Absolutely. So huge strategy plays there, headed by this 11 team who chose not to pit.
I don't know. I thought we could have beat them off pit road.
Yeah, the 13's pitting again there too. So what does me stayed out behind us there? I thought I was going to.
So Hamlin, the 2nd place car. By getting rights only, Ryan Newman is the 4th place car. It was Gordon, Hamlin, and Vickers who didn't pit. Newman was first off the pit lane.
I told you he's the best I ever raced with and have seen since we've been doing this on 2 tires on these late restarts.
Well, I was with Luke Lambert all the way on this decision to take 2 tires. Good call. No matter how it works out. Puts him in a position.
Hey, giving himself a chance.
Heck yeah. I love it.
And because of other people who took just right side tires, Kevin Harvick is back in 12th with his 4 fresh tires. So it's Hamlin 2nd on older tires, Newman 4th with fresh rights, Harvick 12th with 4, and Joey Logano 29th.
Huge restart for Denny Hamlin right here. If he can get in clean air, could be his championship move.
16 laps to go. Waved off the restart because if you look at the back of that field, they're 3 wide and...
Well, everybody's arguing over where they're going to start because it means a lot to everybody. You know, we're putting all the focus on this championship, but everybody's going to try to get the best finish they can.
Yeah, look at the back of that pack.
They're going to probably be like that. They just don't want to start.
What a twist of plot on a pit stop that came with 18 laps to go in this one. Joey Logano's team with troubles on the left side jack.
See, the jack just came off the jack stop. That's disastrous. We talked about how much pressure these pit crews are under and that we felt like somebody would make a mistake. And this kind of mistake you could overcome early in the race, but not now.
Down to Doc.
Remember back in 2011, it was a gutsy call by Darian Grubb that allowed Tony Stewart to win a championship in a tiebreaker here at Homestead. Darian told me, I kept my notes, I've studied my notes, and he just told me a moment ago when he was getting ready to call Denny in for 4, he said, no, stay out. He made the call to keep his driver on the track, and maybe that call will win him a championship.
This was when the pit road was open. But back out well clear of the commitment cone to the place where you have to be. Pace cars headed off. 15 laps to go in the championship. Can Denny Hamlin hold on? Can Ryan Newman get by him? And what about Harvick and Logano? Brian Vickers getting swallowed up on the older tires. 4 wide off turn 2. Hamlin to the race lead.
I really don't think Harvick has enough time to pass all these cars without another caution, even with the 4 tires.
You see how much the 2 tires are going to benefit Newman if he can get by him.
Yeah, he's right there. We said you'd have to win this race, and Newman might just do that.
Don't want to take our eyes off this, but the way they're racing at the back of the pack, you might get that next caution too. Pretty aggressive. Here's Newman looking under Jeff Gordon for second place with Denny Hamlin's back bumper in sight.
You can see smoke off the tires of that 24.
Newman needs to be right there. Jeff Gordon looks like he might be a little quick in trouble.
Darn in trouble. Turn 4, 2 in the wall.
That could be the break Kevin Harvick needs right there to get himself in position to battle for this.
Alex Bowman and Joey Gase, that's J.J. Yaley and Joey Gase have crashed in turn 4, and the yellow is out with 13 laps to go.
I can't imagine what it's like inside these cars battling for this.
My heart, I'm telling you what, my heart is racing. This is something.
Oh, dear.
Big break for Joey Logano if some of those others should happen to pit back there, and he can stay out and get some of this track position back. That's really 3 weeks in a row for this 22 team. They had a tire go down late at Texas. Yeah. They put them way back. Then they had an issue at Phoenix last week. Had to battle back from a lap down at one point there, and then this to happen at this time of the race.
And how about if you're Denny Hamlin and you got around Jeff Gordon on that restart and had that buffer car between you and a guy you're racing for the championship, and now here they all are. You got to do it again and get it just right. And the restart before, you spun your tires and it looked like your championship was lost.
Yeah. Which lane do you choose now? That is such a, you look back there and you say, okay, who do I want starting behind me? Do I want to keep a guy that I'm battling for the championship in Ryan Newman? Do I want to keep him back there? Or Brad Keselowski from the high side, who will be in that 4th spot? Probably not going to get a big assist from him.
That's why it takes a lot of character to be able to win a championship. You've got to be able to handle all that.
Got some characters here, all right.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
So this, the 12th caution of this race. The track record for cautions is 14. That came in the first race, the second race after the track was reconfigured in 2004. So we're not quite there yet.
Not out of the question.
But it's not out of the question.
For that last restart.
Jeff Gordon heading to pit road.
Wow.
From second place. And few others coming in. Logano's going to pit.
Well, I think this presents an opportunity for Newman.
All pit road here. 4 tires, track bar off 2. 5, 4.
They were counting cars, and when the number only rose to 4 that were hitting pit road, they knew they could come down and put on some fresh tires and try to loosen up that race car. You heard about the adjustment. Alan, it's been a tough road for these guys, as DJ said, the last 3 weeks. Disappointment now. We'll see if Joey can grab some spots here at the end, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Hit this many cars on the lead lap because of this many cautions, Dave. It's going to be hard. Absolutely. But disaster could happen at the front of the pack too, and the whole picture could change if we get set up for a green-white checker or something.
Yeah, you can't
just
say
don't know.
he's out, but
yeah.
I don't like his chances.
And so Ryan Newman runs second to Denny Hamlin, who leads the race, and the championship coming to 10 laps to go in the season.
What line do you think is best? High side seems to have a little bit more speed, but the 31 is going to be in third, so it's going to be up to you, whatever you felt as far as the old tire restart right there.
I'll tell you what, I don't think I would give Newman that inside lane. He's just been so strong driving in the corner.
Yeah, obviously that conversation came before Jeff Gordon pitted. So now Ryan Newman's going to be beside Denny Hamlin on this restart. And what I like, as you said, and what we've talked about the entire race about this 31 is his ability to drive it off in the corner further than anybody else.
So doubled up for the restart. That's going to come with 9 laps to go. Jeff Gordon is going to go from second place to 24th. Joey Logano is 29th. Kevin Harvick up to 6th by the brief burst of racing we had there. And don't count Harvick out either, because he's only 2 rows behind these 2 guys leading the race. Vince?
You guys were talking about Ryan Newman and that inside. Luke Lambert told me today they really worked in practice on the inside lane because they thought ultimately that's where the race or the championship was going to be won, being able to dive it down on the inside and make a pass stick. And it's come right down to that. Certainly this is something they've worked on all weekend.
Look at Ryan getting himself adjusted inside the car.
He is getting ready.
Ready to go. So Hamlin, the race leader, has chosen that outside lane. Newman to his inside. And again, watch the red and white car of Harvick. He's going to be in a hurry from the outside of row 3.
I think he's in kind of a seat that with the tires that he has versus the others, that may put him in a position here to make a charge in these last 9 laps.
Newman has trouble getting going. Hamlin's clear for the lead. That's Kyle Larson, 3 wide to the inside. Now Hamlin has trouble. Jamie McMurray to the outside.
Here comes Harvick.
Harvick to second. 3 of the 4 championship contenders running 1, 2, 3 with 8 laps to go.
That was Denny Hamlin's worst case scenario for Harvick to get through there.
Trouble, got a car up in flames in turn number 1 down on the apron of the racetrack.
Stay in green. Here he goes. Harvick's got to run.
That's wide. Harvick leads. The car that is in trouble is in the low lane of the racetrack, trying to get back around to pit road and trying to finish the race. Second place, Newman on Hamlin. It's the 32 of Joey Gase who's down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Here comes Newman trying to take that second spot.
Caution for debris from the 32.
It's going to be critical now to see where the 31 was when the caution came out.
Middle of the racetrack, 1 and 2.
Grill piece, the decorative grill piece from the front of the Ford. Did I say that Joey Gase was in the 32? I apologize. It's Blake Cook for this race. My bad on that. You'll forgive me for being caught up in the excitement.
Absolutely.
It's kind of ironic, you know, the 2 cars that are running 1-2 right now, if that's where they leave Newman in second. Basically switched rides this year, switched companies. Harvick driving for Childress for a long time, moved over to Stewart Haas, and then Newman moving from Stewart Haas to Richard Childress Racing. It's coming down, right down to the end for both teams.
So that little 4-lap burst of racing, Kevin Harvick goes from 6th to 1st. Denny Hamlin had trouble off turn number 2 on the first lap of the restart, gathered it up, kept the lead, but then went for that big slide in turn 4 when Harvick had a full head of steam, and it couldn't hold him off.
Yeah, it's not that Hamlin has so many more laps on his tires, but he's got these cycles on the tires, and I think that that's what's affecting him right now. But he can't afford to come to pit road. All he can hope that he can do is get a great restart here and get himself in a position to win this.
Watch Denny Hamlin go for this big power slide, trying to gas it up in 3 and 4, and Kevin just had a run.
It wasn't anything that Denny did wrong there. It's just a product of what he's got to race with right there and trying to keep the 4-car behind him.
So Harvick leads. Newman and Hamlin trying to figure out how to get around him.
You think you can fight them here for, bud?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they get tussled up, you know. I don't know. Can't go any faster.
Yeah, I don't think any of them can drive any harder than what we've seen.
Don't count Denny Hamlin out of this yet.
Or Newman. I keep saying it all night long. He just won't go away. He's right there.
J.J. Yaley's car that you saw pushed in behind the barriers that also had some problems and turned off the racetrack trying to keep the caution from being brought out. And now we're ready for a restart with 3 to go.
And can the 2-car, Brad Keselowski, get in the middle of this thing trying to win the race? He's not going to try to affect anybody with the championship, but does he have speed to make this 3 wide and that jam things up?
That's a lot of intrigue, especially with all the things we've seen happen in the last few weeks.
Yeah, there's bad blood through this chase.
Kevin Harvick controls the restart. Ryan Newman's to his inside. Denny Hamlin on the inside of row 2. By the way, Jeff Gordon up to 13th place after restarting in 29th from the pit stops a minute ago.
Can't spin the tires here. Newman had a tough time getting going last time.
3 laps left to go in this one, in the scheduled distance. Hamlin has trouble. Newman to the inside of Harvick.
If Harvick can stay in it, that might be the winning move.
Hit your marks here.
Look at Newman dive off in the corner.
He showed us at Phoenix last week he was capable of doing brave things with a lot on the line. 2 laps left to go.
Might not be finished with caution by what I'm seeing back in the back part of this.
Boy, Newman's giving it all he's got right now.
Watch him dive down into turn 3 after this 4-car.
Coming to the white flag. 1 lap left to go in the season. We're on the last lap.
1 more now, 1 more.
If the caution comes out now, the race is over. Newman trying to stay with Harvick, trying to find a way around him. 2 more corners to go to a championship for Kevin Harvick. He's going to do it. He's going to win the race and the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. California's Kevin Harvick does it.
Holy cow! You are the 2014 Sprint Cup champion.
that's how you crown a racing champion.
That's exactly it. Could not have been better.
Amazing season, Kevin Harvick.
Jamie?
Delana Harvick, Kevin Harvick got married the year he was Rookie of the Year in this series. It's been a long journey for you two. What does this championship finally mean to you?
It's surreal. To make the change that he did, to come fight for this championship with one of the best groups of guys I've ever been around, they did this. They deserve it, and they're champions.
What was it like in the offseason when you guys knew you were starting completely over, completely from scratch?
You know, a lot of people think it might be scary, but for Kevin, he wanted that challenge. And to have Rodney Childers and everybody at SHR believe in him meant the world to him.
What did those last laps feel like for you?
It's one of the longest few laps of my life.
I'm going to let you run down and congratulate your husband. Congratulations to both of you. What an emotional victory and an emotional champion.
Kevin Harvick wins the race to win the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship. Ryan Newman finished second. Vince?
Newman was the underdog, and they kept telling everyone all weekend long, don't count us out. And you gave it a shot. You had a shot at the end. Take us to that restart. You start on the inside, Kevin on the outside. What made the difference in the final 3 laps?
Restarts haven't been my strong suit with the package that we run, and that was a little bit tough. But you know, I thought about hauling it in there wide open on Kevin, but that wasn't the right thing to do. I wouldn't want him to do that to me. And it's just a great year for us, for our Caterpillar, Quicken Loans, Wix Filters, Quick Set team. Got to thank Chevrolet and Sprint, everybody, Coca-Cola. It's been an amazing year. They say you got to lose one before you can win one. I'm ready to win one now.
What does it mean to you personally? You've won the biggest races. You've won Daytona. You've won Indianapolis. Didn't get the championship today, but what's it mean to you to be in this position in your first year with RCR?
Well, I mean, it says a lot about the organization. It says a lot about how quick we grew. Luke Lambert and all the guys did an awesome job. You know, the whole RCR, ECR group, it's been a whole lot of fun. And, you know, we weren't victorious. So we didn't win any battles, and we sure came close to winning the war, but it was still a lot of fun. I really appreciate all the guys' hard work.
It was a championship-worthy performance, just a little bit short today, Alan.
Richard Childress there with Ryan Newman, Kevin Harvick getting ready for the championship stage to be assembled on the front straightaway, where he'll be awarded the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship trophy. A title-winning moment, and in no better style than winning the race to take the championship. 38-year-old Kevin Harvick from Bakersfield, California, the 30th driver to win the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship in the sport's 66-year history. The trophy presentation is coming up from South Florida. What a spectacular championship finale to what was a spectacular chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. Our victory lane presented by 5-Hour Energy. Kevin Harvick winning the race and winning the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series championship after a spectacular late race fight that put him out in front and now down by the championship stage. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, your 2014 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion, Kevin Harvick. You did it, my friend. Congratulations. What's this moment like for you?
Well, you know, I just really don't even know what to say and how much I appreciate everybody on this Budweiser, Jimmy John's Outback team, Stewart Haas Racing, Gene Haas, Tony Stewart, for everything that they put into this team. That came down to a pit call, and I was like, man, we are in big trouble here. And Rodney Childers and all these guys that have put together these teams just done an amazing job. But without Chevrolet and Hunt Brothers, Bad Boy Buggies, Mobile One, Bass Pro Shop.
Got to give that crew chief a hug. Rodney Childers, who made the call. Yeah. Oh, hey. As we get a shower of suds, take us through that last restart. You know what Ryan Newman would do. You know how much he wanted it. We saw it in Phoenix. What were you thinking?
I was just going to hold the pedal down and hope for the best. I knew our car was...
There is his 2-year-old son, Keelan, and wife Delana. Let's go to the important stuff. You put your son Keelan in the car each week as your good luck charm before the race. What does it mean as a dad to share this championship with this young man?
Well, I'm just really excited. It's really special for everybody. And I just, I'm glad you're awake. Are you happy to be awake? Can you say, I believe Daddy won? Say it. Really happy. Just been trying for 13 years, and just got to thank Tony Stewart and Jimmy Johnson for helping me through this week. Jimmy Johnson was in my trailer as much as any of my teammates, and calling me and on the phone and doing all the things that it takes to tell me what I needed to do today. So, but I just want to thank Sprint, the fans, every fan up there. We appreciate you coming today. This new format has been so stressful. The racing has been phenomenal. I'm going to sleep for a week.
Let me ask you about your car owners. You took a leap of faith this year, and your good buddy Tony Stewart said, if you come over here, I'll do everything I can to give you a car to win a championship. Talk about Tony and Gene Haas and this team they put together for you.
Well, they gave us all the resources that we need. They said, whatever you guys think you need, you go get. We never talked about money. We never talked about anything financial. It was just go get what you need to build a team. We built all brand new race cars, trucks, trailers, all new people, and this format really helped us build through the year. We had really fast cars, but it helped us build as a team. All the character building moments have led to this moment right here, and you know, to close that deal out at the end of that championship there was pretty awesome.
Well, now it is time to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, your 2014 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion, Kevin Harvick.
Rick and Linda Hendrick, Tony Stewart. And what a scene here at Homestead Miami Speedway as Kevin Harvick wins the season-ending race on the NASCAR Sprint Cup Championship. The trophy presentation and more still to come. What a night. Tony Stewart, co-owner of Stewart Haas Racing. The greeting for his champion driver, Kevin Harvick. Now they both know what it's like to be champion of this sport. While Kevin Harvick gets ready for the championship trophy presentation, more of the contenders to hear from. We go to Dave.
7th place for Denny Hamlin tonight. Not what you wanted, Denny. Your thoughts?
Championship effort. We wasn't for lack of trying. I thought we had a better car than those guys. Just I had a bad restart and lost position to the 4, and Darian made the decision to leave us out there on tires, trying to do something to get that track position back that I lost on that restart, and just didn't work out for us. With all those cautions, it just allowed all those guys to close back up, and it was kind of all she wrote for us. It's just one of those things. Sometimes the cautions fall your way, sometimes they don't. We had a great car on the long run, really improved on the short run all day, but can't thank FedEx enough for their support this year, and Toyota, Sprint, the Greenbrier, Jordan Brand, and the fans for a great year. We definitely we gave ourselves a shot, and man, things were looking really good for us. We just those cautions just really hurt us.
Denny, what was it like to live that tonight? Because we were on the edge of our seats all night. What was it like for you?
Well, I think it showed that we had the right 4 in the final bracket. We were up front, all 4 of us, most of the day. By no means did we have a 7th place car. We backed that up, but just unfortunate and proud to be in this position, and happy for all of our JGR teams to come out here and at least have a shot at it and be leading this thing with a few laps to go. But just couldn't overcome those tires, and that was all she wrote.
Great effort tonight. Great season for Denny Hamlin.
A difficult finish for Joey Logano and his team today. Certainly finishing 16th isn't indicative of the kind of race car and the race they had in general, but how would you describe the way it kind of unraveled there down the stretch, Joey?
It's just we had a great season right up to the last 20 laps, and I made a mistake early, and I got myself into the wall and took a lot of shape out of the right side, and was able to fix that. Recover from it, get back up to 4th or 5th, right where the 3 other contenders were, and I'm like, all right, we're right back where we need to be, and just we had a mistake on pit road, and unfortunately, what was a great season, still was a great season with this Shell Pennzoil Ford. We got taken away by 1 pit stop, unfortunately, and that's it's nothing to hang our heads down about this season. We worked really hard, we had a great season, just we still scored the most points here. Just that doesn't mean anything. Consistency doesn't pay anymore, and we knew that coming in. I'm not making excuses. That's just the way this new points play out now, and I felt like we were the best car as far as having speed and being consistent every week. Other cars can be really fast, but wasn't consistent, and unfortunately we just didn't execute perfectly tonight.
So strong during the course of the season. Get into the chase. It comes down to one race. How do you put in perspective how difficult it is to deliver in the final race and win the championship under this format?
Well, it's difficult for sure, and we were doing about everything we need to do, and obviously everybody was. At one point, the top 4 cars was just us, and that's impressive. That's amazing, but everyone brings their A game that much, and that's something we expected. But man, it's just it's frustrating. Right now, it's hard for me to say I like it after all this, but I know it was an exciting race for everyone to watch, and I'm sure it was great for the fans. Just when you're on this end of the deal, it's not too exciting.
Heartbreaking finish for Joey Logano today.
Well, from the agony of defeat to the thrill of victory. And for Kevin Harvick, he certainly was fast all year. Led more laps than anyone else. His 5 wins, tied for 2nd most of the season. And of course, winning the last 2 races of the year, that's certainly rising to the occasion when you needed it the most.
Yeah, there were times when they didn't capitalize with wins when they had fast cars. But I talked to Kevin about that. He says fast cars will always win out. He wasn't worried about it. He knew that this was what was waiting for him.
That's getting the job done when you're supposed to as a champion and winning the championship. We said all along that if you were going to be the champion, regardless who those 4 were, you were going to have to win this race to be the champion. Played out here tonight.
They're ready for the presentation of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Championship Trophy. To the stage, and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, our newest champion has made it to the stage here, so now we begin the formal ceremonies. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Chief Marketing Officer for the series title sponsor Sprint, Jeff Halleck, for his congratulations. Jeff?
Kevin, you and Stewart Haas Racing ran so great all year long, and then to cap it off like this, to win the race, to win the Sprint Cup, just fantastic. I'm real proud of you. On behalf of everybody at Sprint, just let me be the first to say congratulations on a great season and on being a Sprint Cup champion.
Thank you. I forgot we won the race. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? A walk-off win and now a walk-off championship. Now, how about the formal trophy presentation? Here to add his congratulations and the trophy is NASCAR President Mike Helton. Mike?
Kevin, on behalf of everyone in NASCAR, the business, the fans, everybody in the industry, you race your way into not just a record book tonight, but a history book. Congratulations to you and the entire Stewart Haas Racing number 4 car. You earned it. You deserve it. Congratulations. We're proud to have you as our 2014 Sprint Cup champion.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he is. The 30th champion in NASCAR's 66-year history. And the guys behind us are loving this. All right, champ. When you're a champion, you have responsibility. The NASCAR champion becomes the face and the voice of the sport. Now, for the millions of fans who are watching and listening, what is your message after this incredible chase we just saw about where this sport is headed?
Well, I think this chase is probably the best thing that's happened to this sport over the last decade. This is probably going to shorten the drivers' careers because it's been so stressful. But I want to thank every single fan for sticking with this sport and us all in this industry working to get it right. You guys are what make this go around, and we love racing hard for you. So thank you to you guys, and thank you to ESPN for all you've done for the sport.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Let's bring up here your car owner, Tony Stewart. Come on up. Come on up, Smoke. Gene Haas, come on up here, guys. Gene Haas and Tony Stewart. You guys have been through a lot here with this organization, trying to get everything going in the right direction. Gene, first to you. What does it mean to you now? 2 championships in just a few years.
Well, I tell you, I'm totally in awe. You know, Tony Stewart had the faith in me to do this, and I had the faith in him, and it's all paid off. I tell you, this second championship is unbelievable. I am just in awe.
Such a difficult year, Tony, and now we're on a stage to celebrate. Your thoughts on Kevin Harvick and his team?
I think from December last year when Rodney and him and this whole 4-car team went to their first test, it was obvious they were going to be forced to be reckoned with all year. And, you know, it just shows how tough this chase was this year to get to this last day and then to watch the end of this race and see all 4 contenders be up front at the end there. It shows how hard it is to win a Sprint Cup Series championship. So proud of Kevin and Rodney and everybody at Budweiser, Outback, Jimmy John's, Chevrolet, and everybody at Stewart Haas Racing, and our great partners at Hendrick Motorsports that give us great engines and chassis to do this. So I'm excited for everybody at Stewart Haas and this man to my left here to have the trust in us and faith in us to help build this program. He's always given us everything we've needed, and this is the result of it.
Let's not forget this guy here. He's pulled the rabbit out of the hat so many times. You were on the edge, failure right in hand, and you just...
It's never over until it's over. That was his last words to me today. Don't ever quit until they drop the checkered flag because it's not over. So I remembered that the whole race, and here we are.
Yeah, I tell you, there were so many times when we could have fallen out, and you just got it done. And I tell you, that's hard to do.
You would be hard-pressed to find a better champion. Step up there, gentlemen, where that trophy is. Stewart Haas Racing owners and Kevin Harvick. How about that as they become the 30th different champion in NASCAR history with a walk-off victory at Phoenix and a walk-off championship here at Homestead, Miami.
They worked so hard and raced so hard for 10 months back and forth across the country, all with the dream of that moment, hoisting the Champions Trophy over your head here in South Florida. Kevin Harvick has done it tonight.
Not a better feeling in the world as a driver, a feeling of accomplishment.
He did it after winning the season finale. After this new chase format for this year, said all along you might have to win the last race to win the championship. You did have to win the last race to win the championship, and Kevin Harvick accomplished it tonight. More to come.
coming from?
On the impossible, replacing an immortal. We've grown older with it. We've been inspired, frustrated, and even a little angry with the man they call Happy. So after all of that, tonight we celebrate with this man.
Kevin Harvick in to compete for a championship.
Racing out of the shadow and into his own light. The light of a Sprint Cup champion.
Yeah, great job, guys. This is unbelievable. What a year.
Kevin Harvick, the 2014 Sprint Cup Series champion. And no, Keelan, it's supposed to be dirty right now.
Oh, that's great.
Champagne and the confetti, that is what's supposed to be there after your dad wins his first title in 14 seasons. Hello to you, I'm Nicole with Rusty and Brad. It's not just that Kevin Harvick won the championship, it's the way in which he won the championship. First of all, he won 5 races this year. 3 of those races have come in the last 6 races. And when you look at this race tonight, Rusty, 267 laps in this one. Lap 250, he was 12th.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it took a fast race car to get that done, and Kevin's had a fast car all year long. We talked about it many times, that he just couldn't close the deal earlier in the year, but he started closing the deal late in the year. He won last week at Phoenix. He's won tonight. He self-proclaimed himself at Atlanta this past race of saying, I got the fastest car. He fell out of that race. He was very upset, but he said, we are the quickest every single week. And I think the whole country knows how fast his car was this year because, in my opinion, he spanked them all year long, and this guy really deserved what he got.
Yeah, fitting in for this season, Kevin Harvick was dominant throughout from Daytona on. Now, he didn't win as many races as we thought he would, but every weekend that car was the car to beat, and they culminated it by getting it together at the end. We thought he was going to miss the chase possibly, or the championship when Kenseth got to him at Martinsville. It all worked out. He blew him away this season.
And you have to give a lot of love to crew chief Rodney Childers as well. 10 seasons in the Sprint Cup Series. This is his first championship as well. And we were laughing earlier about his response to Kevin on the radio. It's usually just 10-4. Yeah. Rodney is very calm. The emotion he showed after this race and this win in this championship.
It's hard. Incredible. It's hard to win races, and it's hard to win championships. And Rodney Childers is so cool and so calculated. He's a brilliant guy. Everybody in the garage area knows how smart he is. Now he validates it by being a crew chief.
We talked to NASCAR Countdown early, Brad, about this guy, Rodney Childers, his upbringing. He was a race car driver at one time. Him and Kevin really get along well when it comes to debriefing back and forth and setting the car up. And these two together are really rock stars. They understand each other, and that's what it takes. That's what Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus had for years and years and years, and really still do. But these guys are the up-and-comers, and they're rock stars.
And Alan, it's so hard to believe. He's the Sprint Cup Series champion, but this is the first time all season Harvick has been P1.
In the championship standings, that's true. But he's done it when it counts the most. And Kevin Harvick, heading off, he said he was going to sleep. He's got a long line of obligations now as the champion, and championship gear now available at the NASCAR.com Superstore. There is the address, NASCAR.com/Superstore, if you would like more information on that, or if you're a Kevin Harvick fan and want to hunt some championship gear. Well, back at the end of January, when NASCAR chairman Brian France announced the changes to the championship format for this season, Dale Jarrett said we were going to see the most intense and competitive fight for the title we'd ever seen. It lived up to your words.
Yeah, it sure did. You know, I didn't even know that it would become as intense and pressure-packed as what we saw over these last 10 weeks. And then today delivered more than I could have ever imagined. I did say that I thought you would have to win this race just because you've got the 4 best teams performing at this time, and they all did. As Joey Logano pointed out, they were running 1 through 4 at one point in time in this race. Just incredible. I applaud NASCAR and Brian France and everybody for making this change to this. Brought the most exciting racing of the last 10 weeks that we have ever seen.
And what a great racetrack and venue to have this. It produced the best race. We had a little of everything. Like you said, even the strategy at the end. We had Ryan Newman on 2 tires, Harvick on 4 trying to make up spots, Denny Hamlin staying out. It had everything you'd ever want. And what a champion. I have to really hand it to Kevin Harvick. He's made good on it. He's really worked hard. He's been close, and now he finally gets it.
What a big finish to this season and to our 8-year run of NASCAR on ESPN. What a night here in South Florida. One did prevail, and it was California's Kevin Harvick, who's the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series champion for 2014. We look forward to continuing to cover the sport on SportsCenter next and at Daytona and more going down the road. Now for Bob Jenkins and Larry Newber, For Benny Parsons and Ned Jarrett, for Dale Jarrett and Andy Petrie, Alan Bestwick, so long from Homestead.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.